Stream should be going now.
See it yet?
Okay.
See it now. Pull it up with a mute.
Still not showing for me.
Andrew, you got the picture
Yep.
of the three of, yeah, you see that?
Yep,
Okay.
yep. I'll pull that out so that it's just the...
Oh, there we go. Okay.
It's going to be hard because I'm only showing 3 of the picks, so I'm going to have to be active with scrolling, but that's fine.
Yeah. That's all right. I think everybody's going to have a second screen of the draft going, I'm sure. But it's nice to have those be the last couple of picks there.
Come back.
The notice of the show. And there may be people out there in the chat that is just not registering yet.
We got 5 people in
Yep,
there
starting
now.
to see them. So for everybody that's just jumping on, we're doing the last couple of tweaks for the stream, and then we will, in about a minute, I am going to start talking to Ross to get caught up on the day's activity of the draft, because I have been buried in scouting material and betting material.
And whoever's in the chat right now, if you guys can just drop us a comment that our audio sounds okay, that would be helpful.
I need to get the actual draft up on the... I think I'm going to choose...
Does somebody have... Is there some like traffic? Okay, it stopped.
One in the sky.
Is there a fan or something going?
I hear that fan too. RC, is that on your end?
It probably is. My computer, it looks like it's going through some type of gyrations. I'm going to cut down the number of pages I got open so it's not flipping out.
Okay.
Done flipping out in a second. I'll mute for a moment.
Perfect. Jan said we look and sound good. Thank you, Jan.
Sound better than we look.
Okay. I'm gonna just go get a drink. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
I don't know why my computer's going through these gyrations right now, but it should be calming down here in a second.
Yeah, it's not as bad now.
I'm going to move my microphone away from the computer as well. All right, so as we're 23 minutes away, I have barely looked at anything but a few headlines of the draft day, so I'm turning to Ross to truly ask what the heck has gone on today in NFL draft world that we need to know.
Not a whole lot. It's kind of been strange. Usually there's a lot of things that leak out in the last couple of hours. The biggest thing today is Jacksonville is trying hard to get up to 2 for Travis Hunter.
Which
they are trying
makes
very
sense,
hard.
but no, they're not.
They're
never going to trade that pick.
I doubt it.
Unless it's a crazy offer.
Yeah.
Which I don't know that the
Yeah, I just don't know that they're going to come to some kind of agreement that both sides can get behind. But they're going for it.
Which shows how smart that new GM is. Because if there's a guy you should move up for and make a big play for, not too big of a play, but if you wanted to make a big play for something, going to 2 in this draft yields you the best player in the draft, a unique player, somebody not only good for the team, but that's a star. He's going to walk into whatever team, Cleveland or Jacksonville, and be instantly the fans' favorite player. Everybody's going to be wearing his jersey. It's a good fit for their stated goal of helping out Trevor Lawrence with more wide receiver help. I mean, it hits
pass defense,
helps on, and they're so bad on pass defense and so bad at corner.
Good character guy,
You're getting what you would have to trade up to number 1 and ransom 3 years worth of picks for. You're now trading to number 2, and if they all check those dumb trade charts and go off the point value system, maybe it's a little cheaper to get the number 2. Maybe they can convince Cleveland. But yeah, it is Christmas time, Mr. Rommel. It is time. It is
SR Gamblers. If Cleveland did drop down, I don't think that they'll go to 10. I don't think they'll go to 14. They've said that there's a very small list of players that they want to come out of the draft with. So I have to imagine if you drop down farther than 5 or 6, that you're getting out of the range of those players. My guess would be if they traded down, they'd be targeting somebody like Mason Graham.
I would think that I was actually in an episode of Black Mirror, a show that I am now watching for the first time, if the trade is Trevor Lawrence for the number 2. I will move to Jackson. If that happens, I will move to Jacksonville and I will become a lifelong Jaguars fan.
And what would Jacksonville do at quarterback?
Worry about that next year. Oh, no. Liam Cohen's favorite quarterback is available in the open market. He coached him in Tennessee.
That would take some.
That's what I say.
That would take some guts.
I will move there and become a Jaguars fan.
If just the optics of it. If you trade away Trevor and then trade for Will Levis and install him as your starting quarterback, I'm not sure that Gladstone would still be the GM.
Then
the next morning,
when it happened and everybody was in this big uprising about it, and they cut to like, we're gonna go live and talk to the GM that pulled off this head scratching trade. And then they kick it to him and they say, wow, that's a shocker. Like, Trevor Lawrence is the cornerstone of your franchise. Like, what were you thinking? And if he just shoots 2 middle fingers up and just dumps off the screen and says, I'm doing what I want to do, your generational quarterback sucks. You were wrong about him. And so we need to rebuild this thing. We need to tear it down and rebuild up. I can make the claim that I will do something crazy like move to Jacksonville because that's exactly where I want to move.
I did see somebody, I don't remember where it was that I read it. Somebody made the suggestion that Gladstone and Cohen could do the same thing that the Lions guys did right after they got to Detroit, trading away the so-called franchise quarterback back to their old team.
I think they're
for multiple firsts. I don't think they'll do it, but It's an interesting thought.
I think the cons who are not great at running franchises, I think the cons are too conned on Trevor Lawrence to ever let him go.
Just have to make the best of it.
I wish it would happen. That would make my day. The best thing that I saw in the news today for the draft is that trade that Houston made with Cleveland to get the 3 number 6s. I think that's the foundation for maybe one of the best trades that's going to happen in this entire draft. And that's hoping or thinking that Houston does something super smart with those 3 6s. Like, they should call me up and let me make those picks. But just getting those, the opportunity to get 6, that's exactly what I would do if I was a GM. I would trade a 5 in a heartbeat like they did to Cleveland, get 3 6s, and also give them that 7th round pick in 2027. Like, I will take those 3 6s for that's a late 25 pick, right? That they sent to Cleveland. Houston was a playoff team, so it's a late 5th for an early 6th, which is Cleveland's, and then 2 other 6s, which, however, Cleveland got those. I'd rather have 3 6s than that 1/5.
I think it was 2 5s for 2 6s and a 7.
Was it?
I think so.
2 5. I thought it was 3 6s. But that was me just looking very quick.
Was it 2 6s and a 7?
That's what I think.
Yeah.
Okay, 2 6s and a 7, which I'd still rather have than the 5th. Because they traded the number 166 for 179, so it's only 13 pick difference. But then they also got the 216, which is the other 6, and 255, which is a number 7, which is a great thing to get an undrafted free agent under control. Then in 2027, they get a 5th round pick, that's totally fine. I'd want extra picks now. I'll worry about getting more picks later in 2027 if I need them.
That is a lot of people. You couldn't pay me to go stand in a crowd like that. I wonder what the temperature is. It seems like everybody's bundled up.
So I'm just catching up to the headlines. So Ian, why is this a headline that Ian Rappaport believes that Shedeur Sanders could fall out of the first round? Like, how is that today? How is that a headline?
Because nothing else is going on, so they're just having to make something up to.
I mean, of all the headlines, people have been on that for 2 weeks now.
That's kind of been floating around since the combine. As a possibility.
Do you guys think Dart's going to go ahead of him?
I don't, but
I do.
There's a chance.
That's wild.
Yes.
Elliot Jens asks, so would T-Mac going to Carolina be a good landing spot with Young? It's been rumored. I think it would be fine. It's not my favorite spot, but I am so worried that Jacksonville's going to take him at 5, and then he's going to be paired with Brian Thomas Jr., and they're going to split each other to death. So if anything but that happens, I'm going to be happy. Carolina is not my favorite spot for T-Mac, but he would instantly be the number 1 wide receiver, so that would be good. Bryce Young does throw a lot of passes blindly to the tall wide receiver or any wide receiver, hoping they'll come down with it. So McMillan's more able to come down with it than anybody the Panthers have right now, and then we're going to get another year looking at like a dynasty outlook for the next 5 to 10 years. Bryce Young, if he's not good again this year, if he's mediocre or worse, they'll be starting to move on from him. So McMillan shouldn't be doomed with Bryce Young for the rest of his life. I don't foresee Bryce Young taking another step up and becoming this great quarterback. But if he's just okay, if he's like a backup level who's a starter is an arm that throws passes to people.
If he's Tua.
Even if he's Blake Bortles, like as long as he's a delivery system, that McMillan is the top target guy, and I think he is, because I don't know how you guys feel. I was not impressed with Xavier Leggett's rookie season.
No.
I don't like anything I see with him out of the gates, and he may come back a lot better this season, but McMillan goes in there and is the number one target right away with Coker in support. Yeah. There's no tight ends that scare you to take targets away, and I don't think Xavier Leggett is a big target fear either. And if they drafted McMillan, it would be saying we give up on Leggett already.
I don't see how you don't do it though, RC, because like that. You want to see if this kid could succeed, right? But then, like, you look at his receiving core. Coker's great. Thielen's old. Leggett, obviously, unimpressed, right? Like, how do you not, like, give Bryce a weapon like T-Mac? Doesn't make sense.
Well, if you believe in Leggett, you give him some time to develop. It's only been a year. I mean, you knew he had route running issues, so.
And all the words being spoken by Canales, who I respect, but I don't know if when he's telling the truth or not. But I lean more towards he tells the truth more, but he also tries to pump up his players. He's talked well of Leggett this offseason. When he turned on Jonathan Brooks, before Brooks ever played a game, he started saying, when they started asking about Brooks playing and coming back and is he close and what's his touch count going to be like, Canales started saying, we'll see, he's got work to do, he needs to put in the work. And then all of a sudden you're like, that's not, I mean, he proclaimed him the starting running back the day after the draft. Like they were going to build their offense around him. So they said glowing things. And then all of a sudden, when they got a load of what Jonathan Brooks was like, Canales started cooling on him, and then they signed Hubbard to a big extension before Brooks even hit the field, like 2 weeks before Brooks was about to play. So when he turns on a player, he starts getting cool. His words tend to be cool, but before that, he's very supportive. He was very supportive of Bryce Young. He's been supportive of Leggett. So I tend to believe he still has hope, but if they were to draft McMillan, that means it was all a con, and they were scared to death of Leggett and knew that they had to get somebody in to help Bryce Young. Do you guys think that there's any chance the Patriots, who have no wide receivers, would take McMillan for?
I considered it for about 5 minutes, but no, I
bet
$1
so. On it.
If they were going to go for a non-Will Campbell option, I think it would be Jalen Walker.
What about Genty, Ross?
He would probably be the third option.
Was it you that was telling me that their GM Elliot Wolf likes to mess with the media and
he does
trick them?
He definitely does.
Okay, so it's possible. I mean, betting against Will Campbell is probably
it's not 100% locked that this is Will Campbell.
That's the pick that scares me the most, to be honest with you. I feel like the draft's
could.
going to start at 4. If there are no trade-ups, the draft's going to start at 4. Anything could happen after 4.
That's true.
I think the Giants trading 3 is on the table.
I think so,
And
too.
I think all these teams have to wait, like the Giants. We'll specifically talk about the Giants at 3. They cannot announce a trade. They cannot pre-do a trade until they really see that Travis Hunter was taken second.
Yeah.
The second that Travis Hunter is taken second, then
It's possible.
everything's going to go crazy. Because I think even New England is going to wait to see, did Travis Hunter really go second? And if he doesn't, are the Giants really going to take him, or are they going to take Shador or Dart or do something dumb with their pick?
I just struggle to see that anybody's going to come to both sides agreeing to fair compensation for any of these picks.
It would have to be a bigger discount than years past, right? Like moving up to 1, 2,
Yeah,
or
which-
3 last year would
Right,
have been
which
way
nobody
more.
at the top's going to want to do.
Yeah.
They think that they need to get a haul to move down, otherwise they're going to take the quote unquote.
And it depends who too, right, Ross? Like
Bullshits.
if you
It
think
does.
about the Giants, like they're on the hot seat. Why are they going to trade for their predecessors or their successors' picks, right? So like they want the superstar, but someone like the Patriots or Jacksonville, I think could entertain an offer like that.
But if a team's wanting to move down, then why would some other team want to move up for the same players? You know,
It's fair. No, it's a fair argument. This is not like a star-studded draft by any
exactly.
means.
Like every one of the players in the top 10, even Hunter and Carter, all have some pretty obvious flaws you can pick out. It's just not the same caliber at the top.
Yeah.
5 to 10 picks as usual.
I mean, even last year, like you had Neighbors, where did he go? 6?
Neighbors went 6th.
Yeah, you had a player like that. You had Bowers going 13 for God's sakes. Like it was a very but last year also had 6 QBs, which we're not going to see this year, obviously. In the top, what was it, 12?
Yeah, that was nuts.
And I think in the top 100, Ross, you might know this better than me. The amount of offensive linemen that were taken last year in the top 100, when I was just going back and comparing years, it was wild. I think it was
a lot.
I think my count was at 26, and all other years was like below 20 in the top 100.
That sounds pretty close.
It's crazy.
This year it's going to be defensive linemen, edge rushers, and defensive tackles.
They're going to fly off, huh?
Oh, you're probably going to get between the two, just in the top 100, you're probably going to get 30 of the picks.
Yeah. Damn.
If not a little bit more. Just edge rushers and defensive tackles.
I mean, in the first round alone, do you think that, like, there's going to be more than 10, right?
There's probably going to be 6 to 7 edge rushers and 4 tackles, so yeah.
11, damn.
10, maybe 11.
What do you guys think of the question in the chat about the Travis Hunter?
Travis Hunter or trade down twice to turn pick 2 into 4. I mean, I would trade down, personally. But I don't think that Jacksonville's going to do that.
I would take Hunter.
I'm constantly trading down.
I would take Hunter with the pick if I'm sitting at number 2. I guess if I was suddenly the GM of the Browns, knowing how bad they are, knowing
exactly. You need
what a complete but I think I might take Hunter and then try to get a bunch of day 3 draft picks to try to build up with, because I wouldn't want to bypass somebody like Hunter. He's so unique. He's going to be a fan favorite. There's so many reasons, football wise and off the field wise, to take Hunter, that I think I would do that versus acquiring more picks when we're all sitting here talking about, hey, this first round really isn't the power in this draft is probably second round on.
Mm-hmm. I think it depends. Like if you're on the hot, if you're literally Andrew Barry and you need to hit, otherwise you're fired, you take Hunter. But if
Yep.
it's like RC and Ross walking into the building is brand new GMs, it just depends on the deal. If you can get 4 early picks, like the person was saying, 4 early picks. Let's say that's 4 day 2, day 1 picks. That's a big haul. I mean, you have to really think about that.
Then what do you think about Tom Finn is already on the hook for buying me dinner at Ruth's Chris?
I've never been to a Ruth's Chris. I'd like to go sometime.
If I move to Jacksonville, I think I've been twice, and I'm just not. Good food is wasted on me, so
Yeah, we've heard.
I liked it fine. It was good, but I'm not like I'm going to if I go to Ruth's Chris, I'm not ordering a steak, so I'm already defeated to begin with.
Okay, then you're never going to Ruth's Chris, RC.
No,
That's the whole
I'm
purpose.
inviting you for sure.
But I would order the chicken, or if they had a shrimp option, I would not order the steak.
Are you the kind of person that would put steak sauce on like a really good steak from?
Oh,
If you got it.
Your question
You probably
is
drown it, don't you?
your question is already void. I will never eat a steak willingly for the rest of my life.
That's
All right,
wild,
well,
RC.
I hate
You can-
steak.
Oh
I
my
love
god.
ground beef.
Keep your Burger King.
Grind it up. Grind that steak up, and I will consume it.
Oh my god. I don't know what
You're
to
hurting
say.
my ears.
The closest I'll come to eating steak is if I go to a Texas Day Brazil, if I go to a gaucho style restaurant, and
Never
you get
been.
that Brazilian steakhouse fresh off. I might try a bacon wrapped fillet, like if they're not coming around with the chicken or the sausages and all that stuff fast enough. I might try a bacon wrapped fillet, but
RC, I'm
Now,
assuming you don't like anything like medium rare or anything like that. You want it like really cooked and sizzling.
I really don't want to see any
Oh my lord.
pink in my meat.
Yeah. Yeah, you definitely don't like steak.
I've
But
hated steak.
Ross
since
knows
I
how to
was
eat a
kid.
steak by judging his reactions to you, so that's good.
And I'm not saying I've got one up on everybody. I'm just saying when Tom Finn says Chili's it is, I'm going, you know what? I'd rather have a Southwestern egg roll basket than a steak from Ruth's Chris.
Me and you both, Mike.
Well, when
I'm debating putting my
Hold on,
headset down
hold
right
on.
now. Like,
This is how I keep prices low. I don't eat I don't eat expensive food. I don't eat high tariff food. I keep it cheap,
you guys should
like
see
Taco
some-
Bell.
Y'all should see some of mine and RC's conversations back and forth where I've tried to get him to try sushi.
oh god, I don't even want to imagine
Yeah,
that.
I may eat a piece of sushi before I'd have a steak.
That surprises me that you've said that.
I really do not like steak.
Yeah, that's kind of shocking, RC.
Just don't like the texture. Just don't like the flavor. Just don't like anything about it.
What's wrong?
And I don't want to hear about. But you haven't tried this, that, or the other thing. It's just not for me. Like when they had that SNL skit when it said, "Should beef cost less than gum?" Don't ask. Like, a Taco Bell taco would be preferred over a steak from Ruth's Chris.
I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
I save all that food money and put it into crumble cookies.
There you go. Man, each one has a lot of calories, though, huh?
Yes, it is. I'm a living testimony to that.
Damn. C. Brummel. Give me my steak blue. That's too far. I can't do that.
Oh no, Roger Goodell, please don't try to be clever.
What is he doing?
Oh God.
Uh, if somebody came to me with that, pitch that to me, I would say, get the hell out of here with that. Like that is
What,
what a bad politician would do.
what is this? What is going on?
Oh no, they got more. He forced more corporate people to ride
And
on a bike with him.
and Lil Wayne.
Oh, this is a bad idea. Who's the producer for this? Now, granted, so then they cut through to the picture of a guy who's wearing a sombrero of the Green Bay Packers. So, like, what do we expect them to do? They think we're all morons, so of course they're gonna ride their bikes out and think it's clever.
Bikes are big in Green Bay during training camp.
I would say,
Well,
what do you think? We're all stupid, and then they cut to a guy with a cheesehead hat on and a big chain with a Packers logo on it. So,
I mean, I get trying to play up to the local crowd, but like nobody on TV is gonna know what's going on.
like, is he gonna have a basket of cheese curds brought out to him?
Oh, is that James Jones behind the commissioner?
Looks like it.
Trying to figure out who the other people are.
Ross, I'm
Oh,
tracking
God.
our mock drafts.
Who wrote this speech for him? Who gave him any of these ideas?
I don't know. I've got mine on mute. It's better that way.
Man, it would be crazy if the Titans trade this pick, huh?
And I get that the Packers thing for training camp is that they ride the bikes in. That's what's so cringeworthy about this.
Clay Matthews.
Packers
Jordy.
dates. Why is James Jones there?
Who's the one in the white t-shirt? I can't figure out who that is.
If you're a Packers super fan, why wouldn't you come out in any Packers gear? Oh no.
Oh, Almon Green. Wow.
Oh man, I missed that name.
Is Clay Matthews going all WrestleMania on
Oh
us?
jeez. He's still turning heel on the planet. Why isn't Aaron Rodgers there?
Do you really want to answer?
Did we just get Roger Goodell coming out to booze and then Donald Trump being screamed out of the microphone to full-throated cheers from the crowd?
That's wild.
Yeah, did you guys catch that Clay Matthews at the end said that the Bears still suck?
I've got mine muted.
I'm pretty sure Roger Goodell didn't want that to be said.
Probably not.
It's all. Let them have
Hey.
fun.
All right, hold on. It's another year. It's another year of the draft. So let me just say, for the first time of probably 10 to 15 times, why are you wearing suits in the draft war rooms? I'm watching the NFL Network feed. if I'm in the draft war room, at least, let them be You don't have to wear a suit and a tie to make a stupid pick on television. Granted, I know you want to look good on television, but I would never have a camera allowed in my war room anyway. And if they forced me to, then I would let everybody just wear Lululemons and wear bizarre hats and Hawaiian shirts like Andy Reid does. I would go the complete opposite. I wouldn't force my people to be wearing suits and ties to the stupid draft.
The best.
And then even worse, when they start hugging and high-fiving after they make a pick, I'm going to lose my mind. As I always do.
My favorite one, though, was in 2020 during the pandemic. Bill Belichick in his kitchen with the dog running around, and he's just got a laptop. Like that's our war room.
That's how I would go out, not eating steak and just in my war room in my kitchen with my dog, eating crumble cookies. I had to laugh at Tom Finn's comment about not wearing a fake neck brace like Tony Khan. So, I mean, I guess that is a good point as to how cheesy the production of the NFL draft has become.
RC, what's your thoughts on if you were the Titans here and the Giants offered you 3 first-round picks for this? There's no way you're turning that down, right?
Well, you're probably going to want to rephrase
for Cam Ward?
You're going to want to rephrase the question for me when I first answer. I'd rather have Will Levis, so of course I would do that.
Yeah, I agree. So, but for even without Levis,
that's what I say. So you're going to have to rephrase that question to make it a little more intriguing. I don't know.
Is Cam Ward worth taking over 3 first-round picks?
Is Cam Ward worth taking? Like, if you're planning on never having another number 1 pick again, and you're trying to find a legit quarterback, is he worth taking a shot on that he is Patrick Mahomes-like? I don't think that he is, but is there enough there where you're like, I got to take the shot? Because there's nobody else really available in this draft. You can't really trade for quarterbacks. They're not on the like high level. Like, you almost have a gun to your head that you're forced to take a chance that Cam Ward is actually elite, and if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. That's why I have Cam Ward as the second most valuable player in the draft. I don't think he's the second best player, and I would want to trade a bunch of picks for the future to get a different quarterback, but the value of Cam Ward in this draft with no other real options, he deserves a 25%. I'll just keep using the joke. He deserves a 25% tariff just because there's no other quarterbacks.
I mean, I get it, but it just
when am I ever drafting number 1 again to be able to get an elite quarterback? Now, I would think that I would. I think I would be clever and eventually figure it out if you give me enough years. But I'm sitting there with Cam Ward and knowing that I could build my team. I could take my risk on I'll take my risk on Cam Ward, but then I'll just accumulate a whole bunch of other day 3 picks for the next couple years and build my team that way and take my shot on Cam Ward if that's in this particular draft.
I mean, I'm just looking at it and going, okay, every single time that somebody's traded 2-3 first-round picks to trade up for a quarterback, it never works out. And it's, in some cases, a lot better prospects than Cam Ward.
You know what I would do if I was Tennessee and you're posing me into that? I would not trade the pick, and I would draft Travis Hunter.
Wow. That's crazy, RC.
I'd still rather have 3 first-round picks. I just feel like over the course of 3 years, I can get 3 players.
Easily going to be worth. I stick with Levis. I draft Travis Hunter, then if I want a bevy of picks, I'd rather have a bunch of. Honestly, I'd rather have more seconds, thirds, fourths, and fifths. Granted,
We'll take the 3 firsts.
having a first and trade them, right? I get that they're more valuable, but in reality, I really want more seconds, thirds, fourths, and fifths. If I was a GM,
it's done. It's officially Cam Ward per Ari Mirov.
Oh, and feel free to break that. I'm not worried about anybody like, oh, I want to see it announced by the commit. No, when we get the information, we're gonna say it.
Guys, let me ask you. I want you guys to answer this question. If you didn't have the 2024 NFL rookie game tape, meaning like you don't have Caleb Williams this season, you don't have Jaden Daniels season, so all you have is their college output from 2024, and then you have Cam's through 2025, let's say, right? Where would he rank among the top 6 from last year? Is he in the middle of that pack? Is he 7th of all the first round QBs last year? Where would you guys put him?
Let's take them one at a time. I would rather have Cam Ward than Caleb
RC,
Williams.
I got to interrupt you. The Browns and Jaguars just made a trade.
Are you serious?
Damn.
Jordan Schultz. So they're moving up to number 2.
I'm moving to Jacksonville? Is it for Trevor Lawrence?
Wow.
Hold on.
There's no way it's for Lawrence.
No, they're coming up for Hunter probably, RC. I don't think it's for Lawrence. Okay, I have it.
No, that they're trading Trevor
for
Lawrence
the
to get
second
there.
pick?
Okay. Browns are trading number 2, a 4th round pick, and a 6th round pick for number 5, a 2nd, a 4th, and their 2026 first. That is wild, man.
Oof. Are they getting any picks back? That's not that bad.
They got a 4th and a 5th back, you said?
They got a 4th and a 6th back.
And
but then they got you got the
2026
first. That's crazy.
But you cancel out, so you get to the 4th and 5th, you trade some 3rds and 4ths, so all of that stuff cancels each other out. You're in a draft where the number 5 pick is not that great of a player. Now you're flipping it and getting for sure the best player in this draft, and all you did was sacrifice a pick you probably didn't want at number 5, and you give up next year's number 1, which in theory Jacksonville should be in the middle of the pack, so it's not going to be that deep of a first round pick. And if you're Gladstone, just like what the Rams used to do, they used to bail out of their picks, first round picks, and kill it in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th is the way they built themselves back up. I think to get a player like Travis Hunter, genius.
I don't know.
You didn't have to give up multiple firsts. I mean, it's just the 2 and the 5 this year isn't even close. So, do you want to pay the first round next year tax to get the difference between Travis Hunter and, let's say, Jalen Walker? Ross, if they're going to trade Jalen Walker, if he was going to be the 5th pick, would you rather have Travis Hunter or would you rather have Jalen Walker plus your number 1 pick from next year?
I think I'd want the picks.
Oh, no, it's because Jaguars are probably going to be bad. That's probably going to be a high pick. It's not
going to be that bad.
I don't care about that. Just to me, you don't know what this is going to turn into. You think you know, but you're about to ask this guy to go play 100 snaps a game. He's 185 pounds soaking wet. Like, we don't know if he's going to hold up. We don't know as a comp. You know, he's what, Garrett Wilson, and then what is the corner? Like,
hold on a second. Did Cleveland not get the first pick from Jacksonville?
No, they did. There was a comp update though, so I'll read it one more time. Jaguars get 2nd overall, a 4th rounder. I think previously I said 5th, and the 6th round pick, and then Cleveland gets the 5th overall pick, so they slide down 3 spots. They get the 2nd round pick, a 4th round pick, and the 2026 first rounder. So they have the first rounder. I
am making that deal, but I know if you're, from Ross's perspective, if you're not sold or convinced on Travis Hunter, obviously you wouldn't make this deal. But if you're as convinced as I am, and as valuable, the most valuable player that my computer analysis has ever put a draft value on because of his dual position ability, this is the type of guy you make a move for, in my mind. And I personally would do it because I believe, the more I watched of Travis Hunter in the last week, I mean, he's just so unbelievably raw talented. It's crazy. And the fact that he can go both positions, and the fact that he will now be the face of the franchise, the top jersey set, the whole thing. I mean, this completely fires up.
And he's a Florida kid
Jaguars. Too. And now for whatever you think of Trevor Lawrence, now you have Brian Thomas Jr. and however much you're going to put Hunter out at wide receiver. That's a massive move. That's a big time move.
Huge.
To get a for sure thing. If they didn't make this move, just having their pick from next year, let's say it's a number 15, let's say it's in the middle of the pack, to have a number 15 next year and get, what are you going to get? Like, if it's like this year, there are good players available at 15, but it's not Travis Hunter. I appreciate the gamble that I say gamble, but I don't think it's that much of a gamble. But this is the type of thing GM should be doing. If you believe in Travis Hunter, this is the move you had to make. And who is on the other end of this? The dopey Cleveland Browns, like giving away a instant player and instant star so they can get a bunch of extra picks that they're going to screw up.
Well, they might screw them up, but is Travis Hunter doing anything to make the Cleveland Browns into a contender anytime soon?
Probably not, because I don't think his entire existence as a Cleveland Brown he would ever help them do that. I am currently minorly livid at this trade now, because I just realized one of my best bets that was going to pay off and pay for all of my bad bets of the draft was Travis Hunter being drafted by the Cleveland Browns. Son of a gun. I am going to get slaughtered in betting this draft.
Jacksonville just blew every mock draft completely to hell. Like, it's going to go off the rails now.
Well, everybody's going to be wrong. Hunter's still going to number 2. Doesn't matter what the team is.
It does. Because we all lose 2 points.
For not the right team?
Yeah, for not the right team.
Oh, okay.
And then if you got that pick wrong, it means you also got Cleveland's pick wrong. So, everybody's going to blow it hell.
For the person to be in the spot. Let's keep up with the chat too. Let's not get too far behind the chat. Anything in the chat we need to hit?
Sorry, I haven't been focused on that.
Oxner, I'm glad that I have Cedric Tillman. He's safe for another round.
Yeah, pick. See, I assume that's Xavier. I have to agree with Xavier. You save a roster spot, but you're giving up 2 extra players. And you're going to be playing this guy so many snaps. Like, what's the toll in his body going to be 4 and 5 years down the line? It may not even take that long. It's hard enough to stay healthy.
And I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this to be cheeky, but how many years in a row have I heard Derrick Henry's taken too many carries and he's going to wear down?
Travis Hunter's not Derrick Henry.
Oh, I'm just. Players are playing longer. They're better athletes. They can take more
Derrick Henry
hits
because he's a freak.
And as a wide receiver corner, you're not taking anywhere near the contact of what the running backs are.
It's not the big hits that worry me. It's the repeated small hits.
That kind of goes with everybody. Granted, he's gonna have more snaps.
And he's out there taking twice as many hits. So, I don't know. It just worries.
Yeah, I'm not making a deal for Hunter and only playing him one way.
No, you have to. You have to play him both ways.
Yeah.
A lot
And
if you're
and I,
giving up this
but
much. But
I'm also not having him hardly practice, like full speed. Like he
that's
gets a red jersey. He's the first. He's the
That's
first player,
sure.
not a
Guys,
quarterback, that has a
pick
red
is
jersey
in.
in practice.
Travis Hunter.
Watch it be Abdul Carter.
Nope.
We went
Should've-
through all of this, and it's
Shador
Bill
Sanders
Campbell.
and then Travis Hunter or Trevor Lawrence. Jeez.
Okay. So RC, with him being in Jacksonville, do you think that he's going to play more corner or more receiver?
I think he's going to play. I think he's going to play both. I think he'll be a full-time corner, and more managed snaps, but a lot of snaps at wide receiver. I mean, look at the wide receivers that are slot wide receivers on teams. They'll
Yeah, he probably
play
plays
55% of the snaps, and he won't be going. I don't know that he'll be used like a pure slot, like constantly going over the middle. So, and again, if you manage him right and don't leave him out in games that you're down 21 points with 5 minutes left, or up 21 points with 3 minutes left, don't put him out there for that. Like, all NFL teams will still have their quarterback out there throwing passes and handing it off and being at total risk for somebody to roll up their ankle or to hit their knee. How much money did Travis Hunter just save going from Ohio taxes to Florida taxes?
Oh,
I'd be dancing my ass off too. That just made him probably an extra $5+ million.
He's also with a much better team.
No,
Yeah.
yeah.
A much better front office.
Strictly
Like,
money wise.
And he's closer to family. He's from Florida.
That was a great move for Travis Hunter.
Yeah, I mean all the way around. You don't have to be banished to the Cleveland prison, and you get Florida taxes.
Yeah. And man, Gladstone has some cojones, man. His first move as the GM in the draft to trade up like that.
If you want your name made, this is how I would want my name made. Hey, that's the guy that traded for Travis Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
He just announced himself, that's for sure. I've been pushing
the guy who made my name by drafting Jackson Dart at number 3.
Oh my God!
I've been sending.
Could you imagine if they did go Dart at 3? That would be freaking crazy. I hope that happens. That means more defenders are going to fall down to the Falcons pick at 15. But not.
What? So they can pass him over for Golden?
Yeah, No, you know what they would do, Ross? They would trade up for Golden. That's the Falcons' move. They're going to trade up to like 5 and take Golden. You're giving them too much credit. Okay, it looks like the Giants made the pick. It's Carter. In Abdul Carter.
Yeah, it has to be. Tom Finn, Jacksonville resident, and Jaguars fan, is mad at this. I would not be mad at this at all. I would have been. I would have burned my fandom on the Trevor Lawrence pick and the Walker number 1 overall pick. I wouldn't be mad at this pick at all.
Jan, don't play with me. Jan in the chat's like, Falcons move to get Shador up.
There's no way they're doing that.
I was wearing this same polo when we traded up, when we took Penix last year, so I'm scared that this is a bad luck shirt for the Falcons.
The young quarterbacks will not go to a place that has a young quarterback starting.
Never put anything past Terry Fontenot.
That's why Levis will get traded soon.
Where do you think he goes, RC? If you had to make your pick right now,
it's going to be the second round. And now I'm hoping it's the Dallas because I need some betting money because I just lost a for sure locked in $120 win on a $20 bet. That was actually a free bet of given to me by DraftKings that Hunter was going to go to the Browns. So I need him to go to Dallas. But short of that, I really don't know. I think Shador is up for grabs because he's going to end up falling past the first round. So any team could jump in at that point. And not even jump in. Any team could just make the pick. And I think Shador could fall past the early part of the second round. So, like, teams in the middle second, like the Miami Dolphins, if they have their middle second round pick, could be a place where Shador Sanders gets drafted.
That would be insane. You could have probably gotten some crazy odds on that.
Well, I do have hope in Jalen Milroe being the second quarterback taken to help pick up some money to pay off my. You know what my worst bet was? I so thought I had the insight on the Giants trading to number 1 for Ward that.
You know what Hunter said in his interview, RC? He's like, they put me on the phone with both coordinators.
Good for them. Smart.
That's
Jacksonville is rising up the ranks of teams that I will consider in a positive light. No more eternal Jacksonville hate. I want to see what the rest of this draft is like. What the heck is Abdul Carter wearing?
Yeah, I've been sending RC James Gladstone articles for the last 3 months.
Oh God.
But I did not think that they were actually going to make the move.
Browns are apparently listening to offers for number 5. They want to come down again.
Really? Are they?
That's crazy.
That's what
that
they
surprises
should
me.
do.
Wow.
5 is no man's land potentially.
Yeah, if they can pick up another first, why not?
Carolina's going to come up and get Walker. Or Chicago's going to come up and get Genty.
Yeah.
And just a side thought, the fact that Gladstone pulled out the brass balls and made this move, I think gives the Bears more courage to trade up to 4 or 5 to take Genty. I'm not saying it will happen, but now Gladstone just ripped the Band-Aid open of, hey, man, make some swashbuckling moves. If you got the guy out there you think is it for whatever reason, go for it. And there's
what would it take, though?
Limited guys left that are go for it guys.
Ross, RC, what would it take for Bears to move up to 5? You think a first-round pick needs to be on the table?
I wouldn't think so.
No. It'd be a bunch of 2s and 4s or that type of riffraff.
But yeah, something like that, a 2 and a 4 maybe.
I'd offer them a 2 and to flip picks with me, and then offer them a second maybe, and then you give me back a 4th and a 5th or 5th and a 6th, something to offset that I'm losing my second this year or next year.
Okay, Will Campbell. Jordan Schultz. So Patriots going Will Campbell. Aside from that trade, it's been the order's been chalk. Ward, Hunter, Carter, Campbell, but obviously
rumors trades 1 and 2 for 3.
Can you insert the GIF of that black and white GIF video of the little kid that's reaching down and grabbing stacks of money and throwing it out a window? That's my draft betting right now, is money just getting thrown out a window. So my draft prediction that Will Campbell wouldn't be here, wouldn't be the pick.
RC, you had a message to yourself from the last year's stream, by the way.
I know.
Do you remember what it was?
And I don't listen to myself.
RC basically said, Note to his future self next year.
It's in my phone.
Yeah, you never listen. The first few picks in the NFL draft are always chalk.
Yep.
I'll tell you exactly what that note says to myself, and it regenerates every year when I click it off. It says, remember, the NFL draft early on, teams do almost exactly what the media thinks.
To be fair, Jacksonville didn't. And neither did Cleveland.
Okay. Browns are on the clock.
Let's catch up to
I don't know that this is the
Browns on the clock? Oh, yeah.
I don't know
Yeah.
that this is the Patriots doing what the media thinks. I think the media just figured out what the Patriots were doing. I mean, that's a classic Vrabel pick.
Yeah.
Another reason why I like the Travis Hunter trade, on top of all of the football reasons, is Will Campbell was just taken and nobody cares. Like, Travis Hunter infuses life into a franchise. That's what I think part of the brilliance of going for a Travis Hunter is.
Life's not going to matter if you don't win, though.
Well, this is true, but I'd rather be interesting losers than not interesting losers.
That's fair.
Hey, Ross, the Huddle Report competition, by the way, no one had Travis Hunter to Jacksonville, so everyone's still tied.
No.
The funny thing is, I did think about it. I've been trying not to get too cute.
Not early.
Plus,
you can do it late. Like, I liked your later picks where you went against the grain.
Yeah, no, I definitely go against the grain late. But that's one thing I've tried to work on the last 2 years is not trying to get too cute early on.
Yeah.
So I did think about, like, okay, well, what if they did pull off the trade? But I just assumed, like, okay, Cleveland's not going to get enough of an offer.
So and Xavier, by the way, we all have the same picks up until 5. After that, we start diverging.
Yeah, almost everybody's got the same. I'd be surprised if anybody didn't have the same first 4 picks.
Yeah.
And then most people have Mimbo at 5 or at 6.
6. Yep.
But the chain reaction is going to get set off from here because.
Yeah, this one's a pretty pivotal pick.
Because Chicago's probably going to come up here to 5. I would assume.
I want to address one thing in the chat real quick from GB. I don't see how you are all convinced that he is good enough in the NFL to play consistently both sides of the ball. Is there anybody among the three of us that would argue that he's not legitimately good? Let's start out with that he's not legitimately a good NFL wide receiver, or that he's legitimately a good NFL corner.
I would say he's
just
at least
good.
At least good.
Can we start out there that he's at least good at each spot?
I would say he's good at both spots.
We can debate great on either side, or that he's great at both, like I think he is. But he's at least good enough on both sides to be something in the NFL. So I don't have to be convinced. I mean, my convincing was you watch Travis Hunter on tape. You can see the natural gifts, and you don't play both ways and win a Heisman and do what he did in college if you don't have some level of talent. We can argue whether it's going to be B-, B+, A-, A+ in the long run, but does anybody here think that Travis Hunter is going to be a C grade cornerback or a C grade wide receiver?
I think C grade corner is on the table.
By the way, can I drop something? Jeff Benedict, Falcons insider, he's saying Falcons are calling Giants to try to get Thibodeau after they got Carter. That would be interesting. Continue, guys. Sorry for interrupting.
Coming. When you were saying that, I immediately went to DraftKings to get ready to bet something because I thought he had something. He might be saying something that they were going to pick whoever. The Cam Ward's passing yards over unders are already up on DraftKings.
Yeah.
What's 32?
It looks like the breaking point is kind of, they have like 8 options. Looks like 3,000 to 3,250 is about where they're landing.
That sounds about right.
RC, Travis Hunter going to Jacksonville, just dynasty purposes. 5. What do you think? Do you like that fit just for dynasty rookie drafts and stuff?
No,
Okay.
because if you look at them, and that's a great question, and we need to keep addressing those as well. If you look at him, if you're in a league where you strictly get the offense out of him, you don't know how much wide receiver he's going to play, and Brian Thomas Jr. is there. There's going to be some sharing of targets. It's not going to be Travis Hunter. Like if he went to Cleveland, I could see Hunter being the top target either right away or in a year. But that's not going to happen in Jacksonville with Brian Thomas Jr. there. If you play in a dynasty league with IDP where you get double-barreled scoring, it wouldn't matter where Travis Hunter is going, but I like the fact that he is going here and that they're acknowledging he's going to play both ways. Travis Hunter, if you get double-dip scoring, is far and away the top.
The picks in, guys, Jordan Schultz, it's Mason Graham.
Yeah. And that's what I was telling SR Gamblers earlier. Is if they fell back, it seems like they'd go back to 5, stay there, and take Graham.
That is like not even having a first-round pick. That shows the brilliance. And I know people could have took different players at number 5, but this is the number 5. If you're telling me I just traded Travis Hunter for Mason Graham plus the number 12 first-round pick next year, I'm taking Travis Hunter.
Yeah,
I'm making that trade.
That's where it starts getting a little bit coming back the other way, and I totally get the argument for Hunter.
Is this possibly the worst pick that's going to be in the first round?
No, it's not the worst.
Top 5 worst?
It's not going to be the worst. Top 5, it might be. Graham's fine.
So you trade away a legendary type player hope to get Mason Graham.
It's a hope though. I mean that's the thing with all this is
that is insane. I'm so happy for the Cleveland Browns because I want to see them collapse even further.
Yeah, exactly, Xavier. They should have kept trading back. Like you don't just stop and take Mason Graham. Like there's so much you could have done better than that. That's why I think that the Hunter trade was so brilliant by Gladstone because that number 5 is such a bad pick this year. Yeah.
In other years,
that's fair.
You wouldn't have done it. It wouldn't have been as easy if you're staring down all those quarterbacks in last year's draft.
Yeah.
But this year,
fair.
If you're staring at Will Campbell and Mason Graham and all, you're brilliant for trading that number 5 or Jalen Walker or a running back that you shouldn't be taking top 5 in Genty. You should be getting other running backs later to build your NFL team.
By the way,
wait till you get there and have to play for.
You guys think Raiders are open to trade, or you think they're gonna stay at their pick?
They're open to trade. I don't think anybody's coming up at this point.
Not for Genty.
Now the most intriguing thing is
possibly, but
who's gonna grab Genty and who's gonna grab McMillan now is the most intriguing things.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not saying that McMillan's gonna go here. I'm just saying that those are the two most exciting things.
It's possible the Bears come up here. I don't think the Raiders will take Genty though. I still think that if they stick and pick, it'll be one of the offensive linemen. By the way, Xavier, I had the Banks pick to the Raiders before DJ came out with that.
Banks would be a logical pick here. That would be a safe, smart, boring pick.
Which is what, if I was Cleveland there, you could have taken Banks instead of Graham. And that would have been a lot better pick.
What was Cleveland's number 1 problem last year?
Yeah.
Of all they got several problems, but
yes.
The offensive line was Tennessee Titans level bad. Some of it was injury, but some of it was they're just bad. And they had, I think, didn't somebody retire from their offensive line, and they lost someone else?
They lost Jedrick Wills in free agency. I don't think they
winding down.
Yeah, he's getting toward the end.
I mean, why
Teller?
Why do these teams don't address offensive line at the top of the draft?
The offensive line picks are coming.
But yeah, they're coming.
But
But I don't
Cleveland should
understand
have.
why
Cleveland 100% should have taken an offensive line there.
there should almost be a stream of offensive line picks happening right from here to 10. But we're probably going to get Jalen Walker. We're going to get Genty. We'll get a
Guys,
Tyler Warren.
it's in. The Raiders are taking Genty
Wow, are they?
per Jordan
Jeez.
Schultz. That's crazy. I mean, it's not crazy. A lot of people had it, but damn.
Yeah. Interesting.
So Genty goes to number 1 on the rookie draft board. But let me ask you this: Genty on the Raiders or Hampton on the Broncos? Who do you like better for dynasty?
Hampton all day. In that Broncos offense?
That's what it's going to be, a debate point potentially if Hampton lands. What if Hampton lands with Dallas?
That's different. I feel like with the Broncos, with Sean Payton,
Is there going to be an open debate of Genty and Hampton based on landing spots? I'm sure Genty's going to be the number 1 because he's got that momentum and heat, but
Are you talking dynasty or just redraft though?
dynasty.
Okay, dynasty, that's different. Sorry, I was just off the cuff reaction for redraft, but dynasty, I don't know. That's tougher. But do the Raiders have a good run blocking offensive line though?
They came on toward the end of last year.
Okay. I mean, he is going to be featured there, so.
Let me address a chat item for GB. He's saying legendary is a strong word for Travis Hunter. Let me pose this question, this open-ended question. If someone from the future visited you and said, "Hey, I'm from 20 years in the future, and I just want to let you know, in this 2025 draft that you guys are observing, there is going to be one of the all-time greatest players in NFL history comes from this draft. I'm not going to give you any other hint, but I'm just letting you know there's a legendary player, there's a generational player in this draft." And then they left. And you had to guess who that was going to be. Travis Hunter would be one of the first that come to mind, but tell me who the other option is to be legendary from this draft.
I mean, most people would say Genty.
I mean, legend, like NFL history, like you're going to look back and go, wow, one of the all-time. You can't talk about the NFL history. You can't talk about the 2020s without talking about this player. It's going to be Ashton Genty. Like, I'm not talking about the NFL history. You're not talking Nick Chubb or Dalvin Cook. You're probably not going to be talking about Genty 20 years from now.
What if Genty's the next Barry Sanders? I mean, he gets that comp a lot. I think that's totally unreasonable.
What if Travis Hunter is the next Deion Sanders times 2?
He could be.
I mean, beyond the what if, I mean, there's a running back is not as likely to go down as legendary as a guy who's going to play both ways and potentially be really good at it. I'm just posing that question that when you throw around the word legendary or generational, and I say legendary because it's going to be more. We're going to look back at the Travis Hunter career, and it is going to be strong NFL history. Maybe somebody else comes from this draft and is legendary as well, but I think Travis Hunter is going to be a legendary player for no more than he played both ways and was really good both ways. And he may blow his knee out in season 3, but short of injury, Travis Hunter, to me, is the only legendary player in this draft. It's not Will Campbell. And a Ross argument on not taking Genty at number 6 would be, you don't take running backs this high. You don't take them in the first round. So that being the case, how could you say Genty might be legendary when you wouldn't even think to touch him in the draft?
I'm just saying, because you've got to play the odds with this. The odds are none. Like you have no clue. Any one of these guys, the range that they could end up at is so wide. Like
who would more likely be legendary from the future, Genty or McMillan?
Genty, but like,
guys, one more tidbit for one more tidbit from Rappaport. Browns apparently could have traded back, but they didn't, and they took Graham. I don't know what the compensation was, but
Cleveland Browns, baby.
Looking like nobody would have ever thought, Fred Warner is going to be, a 10 times All Pro.
I'm not going to be talking about Fred Warner in 10 years.
You might. I mean, there's players come from all over the place and end up great. Like at the end of the day, it's an educated guess, but we have no clue how these guys are actually going to end up.
I skipped over something in the chat. I think I want to go back to it just to make sure that I did touch it, and I may have said something about it, but going back further in time on the chat, League of Extraordinary GMs wishing us a happy draft day and can't wait to have me on the show again. I did their
RC,
podcast.
I need to cut you off. Sorry. One second. Armand Membu's the pick for the Jets. Continue.
Oh, God.
Interesting.
I can't wait to have you on the show again. And I will be looking forward to that whenever you guys are ready to have me back on. That was a good time last year. I can't believe the Jets took Membo. I can, and I can't.
I'm a little surprised.
I am shocked.
I have a question to pose to you guys too. You guys were talking about like, was Genty worth the first round pick or whatever? But would you guys obviously Barkley was worth the pick, AP worth the pick, LT worth the first round pick, and Barry Sanders, you would draft him in the first round. Like, the thing is with that, right? Like, it's like if you're gonna take an RB that high, you're basically hoping that Genty is on that crazy level. I had similar concerns when Falcons took Bijan at 8 overall. I'm like, if he's anything short of that, it's gonna be a failed pick.
My argument though is even if you hit that level, it's still a failed pick because it doesn't help you win anything. Name any one of those teams. Did they ever win a playoff game?
Well, I mean, you can argue that Barkley took the Eagles.
How many?
Right? Like, without Barkley, I don't think that Eagles team wins the Super Bowl.
Barkley did not take that team to the Super Bowl.
Well, he helped, but I forget who said it that I listened to today. Said when somebody was talking about everybody's nonstop. Well, look what the Eagles did with Barkley, so running backs are worth more.
No.
But somebody's comment to that was, and it was a known name guy, but I can't remember who it was, said, yeah, but when he was on the Giants, nobody cared. And they didn't win anything. He said then he got with the Eagles a perfect situation with a great offensive line, and not that Barkley isn't really good, but it took going to the Eagles. He didn't turn around the Giants in and of himself. But I mean, really, if you take that argument, what player is turning around the franchise unless it's a quarterback? You can almost discount every position player and just take quarterbacks, because they're the only ones that can really truly flip the switch on a franchise.
Player, but especially like offensive line. You build up a good offensive line, and it just does so much more for you. And you're getting, 4, 5, 6 years out of most running backs?
Yeah, so he's not going to be legendary. Going to the chat, Jan Zwicky is saying the Bears will trade down from 10 to 14 with Indy, probably now that Genty's not around.
Yeah,
I think
they
Bears will
wanted-
get a running back in the second round, which would be fine.
They wanted Genty or Graham.
Gaming analyst RC ranting will always be so hilarious. You're going to get about 10 hours of it over the next 2 days. GB, I would hedge my pick on an O-line. I would be inclined in most cases to take an offensive lineman in the top 10 of the draft after legendary plays go by. Xavier thinks Genty is legendary. Dad Tube Shador made Hunter. Oh, somebody's just trying to make me go off. Mark Varia, Cam Scataboon. I don't know what that's for. Xavier LaDainian Tomlinson. It's not crazy. I don't want to say that Genty can't be one of the best, but wouldn't put him in the LaDainian Tomlinson class. But I'm not gonna disrespect anybody who. That's a better comp than saying he's Barry Sanders. I like.
Nobody's saying.
You said he was Barry Sanders.
We're not
what if
saying
he's the
he
next
is.
Barry Sanders?
I'm just saying it's a possibility.
You love Genty, and you would have took him at number 2. Just say it.
I wouldn't take Genty in the first round. I wouldn't. But I'm just saying, when you look at Hunter, you can't just say he's going to be Charles Woodson. He might just be Garrett Wilson and, I don't know, some corner. What if he's
some corner?
I'm just trying to think. I mean, if he turned out like Garrett Wilson or Devonta Smith at wide receiver, and then he turned out like Adoree Jackson at corner, like, okay, it's good. Was it worth a first and a second?
That's a good point. Going through the chat because I wanted to get to this one specifically. GB, you have film on him playing college kids. We will see how legendary he is against professionals. To this point of our existence on the planet, that's all we can do is look at these guys. I will say the 3 people on the screen probably have a combined 30 plus years of studying football from all various different angles. This is what we do. This is what my primary job is for the last 15 years, is to look at these guys against college kids and try to project them to the NFL. So, yeah, that's kind of how I get to the legendary label on Hunter. Whether it's right or wrong, we'll see. But what else are we going to do? We have film of all of these guys playing college kids. Jance Wiki, can you help me with Genty? Didn't he have a lot of touches over the past 2 years, wear and tear? I don't care about that type of stuff anymore. There's a lot of guys with a lot of touches out there, especially you got a lot of guys that are playing 4 and 5 and 6 years now with the COVID year. But any of you guys worried about Genty's workload to this point?
No, I don't.
No, it's not the workload.
When I take a running back, I'm figuring I'm going to get one contract out of them, and then I'm going to dump them. I'm not paying them.
Yeah.
$50 million over 3 years after their rookie deal is up. So I just want to get through the next 4 or 5 years if I'm taking Genty. GB, you could have made that statement about Vince Young with a much stronger argument. I'm not sure what that is referring to. Because I don't think any of us liked Vince Young in his draft, but that was probably a comment on something that I'm disconnected from. I can't think. So if you GB, if you got, you want to remind or talk about what the Vince Young comment was, I'll comment back on it.
You guys want to hear something crazy from? Sorry, go ahead, Ars. Sorry for cutting you.
His statement was Vince Young could have been legendary. I didn't think that at the point when I was watching him on tape against college kids. So, but I get your point. Mark Varia, what would be the perfect pick for my beloved Lions?
I got to cut you off.
Good.
Panthers are taking Tet McMillan.
Are they? Dang it. I almost put it, and I got talked into Jalen Walker.
Hey, I won a draft bet.
There you go. I'm happy for Tet.
Remind me to send myself a reminder never to bet on the draft again. I'm always wrong. But that's why I always do $1 bets and $2 bets. But I finally won a bet because I picked him to be drafted in the top 10. That'll pay for some of my losses. I can get on a little bit of a roll here. If I can get Shador to be drafted by Miami, Arizona, or Dallas, I can swerve myself out of losses tonight. What would be the perfect pick for my beloved Lions? I think that the Lions are the uncrowned Super Bowl champions of 2024. If they didn't have all those defensive injuries, I think they would have run the table and won the Super Bowl, or had a great shot at doing so. Ross and I were talking about this a couple days ago when I put out the theory that I think the Lions should take one of these top wide receivers that seem to be second round consensus picks, but they'd be great late first round picks because they won't be around the next time Detroit picks second. Ross then said they could move up and take a wide receiver if they wanted to in the second, which is true. But I think going all that way to say, I think the Lions are going to take a wide receiver because I think they're going to move on from Jameson Williams because they know he's a problem and they're not going to want to invest all that money in him. So I think they'll move on from Jameson, and one of the ways they need to do that is, and they need a legit outside wide receiver. That's not even Jameson Williams is not a legit outside wide receiver. He's a nice, cute wide receiver to have in their offense, but I'm thinking the Lions should have an alpha number one beyond Amon-Ra the slot. And it's not Tim Patrick, but if they get like a Trey Harris or somebody like that to be on the outside, to be a better wide receiver than gimmicky Jameson, who gets left open in coverage and makes some big plays. And there's a place in the world for Jameson, but I think the Lions can do better. And even if they retain Jameson, they need to do better than Tim Patrick as the other wide receiver when they have a lot of other talent otherwise. Ross believes offensive line and defensive line are in play, and they always are. But I'm kind of looking at the Lions taking one of these interesting wide receivers.
Wide receivers possible for sure. That was somewhere I went, I think, with one of my first two mocks for the Lions. So
I threw just to have a basket of throwaway bets to hope that one of them would pay off to cover all the other losses. I did bet the Lions to take a wide receiver first at 900 to 1.
I just don't know which one it would be. I don't see a good fit for them.
DadTube is Chris Bolello. Look at him lurking, a troll in the chat. So he was trying to get me going with the Shador made Hunter comment.
And I had McMillan to the Panthers there for about a week or two, and I got talked off of it for Jalen Walker at the last second. That's frustrating.
Chris, what kind of bets? What kind of draft bets are you sitting on that are still in play?
He said he didn't have any.
Oh.
He was asking you what to root for.
Oh. Right now, my biggest bet is if Shador is drafted by the Dallas Cowboys, it's going to be a Roos Chris weekend, potentially. Mastodon. I remember thinking Reggie Bush was on that level to be legendary. I thought that was a possible. I wasn't super high on Reggie Bush, but thinking he could be a legendary return man / running back / other things. Would you say that Reggie Bush never lived up to his hype?
For sure didn't.
Not to the number 2 overall.
He had some
okay.
some really good years.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like right away, and it wasn't like so over the top, but he actually had a decent little career.
I mean, he was kind of a satellite back.
But definitely not the hype. But he was better than who was picked first in that draft. Anybody remember who was picked first in that draft?
Was that Mario Williams?
That was Mario Williams.
Oh,
the
man.
great pass rusher. You got to get pass rushers, baby.
And Reggie felt like he was going to Houston too, right? Like, was it a last minute decision that Texans took
Yeah.
Mario?
I think if I remember correctly, but
Yeah, he was convinced he was going to Houston, and they basically called him the same day and just told him, like, no, we're not doing it.
Speaking of legendary, won't Arian Foster go down in NFL history lore greater than Reggie Bush? As far as like a story, like the history of the NFL, like the story and the go from undrafted free agent to
Yep.
I mean, if you just look at his
best
NFL
running
career,
back in the league for a couple of years or two.
If you nitpick it, yes, but I think overall, like just Reggie Bush's aura,
Yep,
the fact
had
that he
a
has a
better year.
Super Bowl, college football, like high,
Had a
like,
better
going to-
career, but story-wise, the history, will you remember Arian Foster more positively, or like what it could have been if he stayed healthy?
I for sure would think Foster.
I think that mainstream people, like most fans, are going to remember Bush over Foster.
They probably would.
But like people like into football
Put a poll in
really
the chat,
know it.
Andrew. Xavier, quantum simulations will be a game changer. What is that in referring to? Is that a football statement or a general life statement? William Ducombe, poor Tet. If it's bad, I don't know if it's
Guys,
going to be bad
Saints
for him.
pick is in. Calvin Banks Jr.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's probably
There-
Banks here.
There was so much fire on New Orleans not taking Jackson or Shador or Dart here. Now those guys, if he goes past the Saints, we need to start getting in the Shador and Dart car for a second. Like, the drop is upon us. He just made it past the Giants, the Browns, and the Saints was the critical spot. I would have thought that maybe Dart was going to go.
I don't
Like, how
I think-
far are these guys going to go?
The general consensus already was that it was
I
not
know
going to
it's
happen to the
changed,
Saints.
I know
Most
it's
people
turned
have
there.
no. It's for the last week.
But now
at
it's
least.
real.
Yeah, but for the most part, everybody's kind of known for the last week that Pitt is kind of the lever point.
Is Pittsburgh
What is
going to
Pittsburgh?
use?
I think they pass. Honestly,
Is Pittsburgh, with their only pick in the first two rounds,
Yeah, they're
being the
not.
first round pick,
No, they're
are
not
they
too bad.
going to take either of these guys? I don't
I
think
don't.
so.
I don't either. I had them passing for defensive linemen. but
Question
we'll see.
for Andrew from Mark Faria: was drafting Bijan top 10 a bad move by the Falcons?
Here's what I think about taking running backs overall in the top 10. It's just that their salary becomes so high that they're paid close to like the top level running back. For example, Ashton Genty now, the only running back with a higher guarantee than Ashton Genty right now is Saquon Barkley. So it's like if you take the RB there, they have to hit. And Bijan, by and large, I'd say he's a hit, but at the time when that pick was made, it was incredibly risky. Same logic applies to Pitts, except Pitts failed, right? But Bijan's looking okay. Looking back, I'd rather have Jalen Carter on our defensive line, but I'm not unhappy with Bijan. I love what he's doing, and he's obviously a great player for us, but it's just really risky taking a running back that high.
You wouldn't get too far off the same production if you just had Tyler Algier plus fill in the blank duo. That's why I don't think you could take Genty in the top 10 or Bijan.
I mean,
And
look,
I can see the value of your if you need a running back, I can see taking Genty. And if you want to get your fan base fired up and you want to recoup some of your money through jersey sales, I know Ross doesn't like it when I say that, but I think it's a real thing. I get reaching for a running back. I just personally, as a GM, I wouldn't do it. Couldn't do it.
it's a nice, safe pick. I mean, the Raiders...
You have to
Go
take
ahead.
offensive linemen over running backs in the first round.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and especially in this class where the running backs, like the draft class is just so deep. You can get like Dylan Sampson in day 2 and like get a
Even if
pretty
I didn't need an offensive lineman that badly, you always need offensive linemen. I would just keep taking them.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah, for
second
sure.
only to quarterback, and they're. I'll throw it out there to see what reaction Ross has. We're probably a year or two away that offensive linemen may be more important than quarterbacks.
No,
Just, just because there's going to be so many quarterbacks out there. Now, if you got a Joe Burrow, if you got something that's just slam dunk elite, it's definitely the quarterback. But when you got the Cam Wards and the Shadors and all that, and you got all these great offensive linemen, I would rather have a great offensive lineman.
I was making that argument last year with Drake May that I think New England should have passed on Drake May and should have taken Joe Alt. I do. You need 5 good linemen, and they're hard
You
to
need
find.
7 good linemen to have 5.
You do. That's true. That's absolutely true. I can find a quarterback somewhere that can play reasonably well, especially if I give him an elite line. But trying to put together a good line, man, you have to take those guys every single year, constantly.
By the way, cool stat by Ari Mirov. The Saints have now taken an offensive lineman in 3 of the past 4 drafts.
Yeah, and something like 7 of their last 8.
Oh,
either O-line or D-line.
The reason I've not taken a position on the Saints under, besides the line getting so bad when the Derek Carr news came out, is because they keep taking offensive linemen, and I think they got the best player in the draft, or the second best player in the draft, or the best non-quarterback, I guess it would be.
Guys,
that we graded last year. That
RC
Fuaga was just too important.
RC, I have to interrupt you.
Yeah.
The Bears just did something really stunning. Per Jordan Schultz, they're not
Stupid
going
or
Tyler Warren. They're going Colston Loveland at number 10.
I heard a lot of that today.
Oh, my Lord.
That was one of the things that I did see all day today that made me start to think there's probably something to that because everybody keeps talking about it.
That is
shocking to me. I think that's more... Ross, would you say this is more shocking than the Jaguars trading up to 2 and getting...
Yes.
Me too.
It is.
This is wild.
Loveland's fine, but...
We'll be talking about the Travis Hunter trade, for good or for bad, for the next 20 years. We won't even remember that the Bears made this Loveland pick, because it's going to be fine. He'll be fine.
I mean, you just took Sam Laporte at pick 10. Like... Okay, like, even if he's a good pick, you just got a non-blocking tight end.
Ryan Poles knows what he's doing.
Oh my Lord. That's not Ryan Poles. That was 100% Ben Johnson.
Man.
You already got Cole Kmet. I'm not saying Cole Kmet's like the end of the world, but...
Oh my God. I'm shocked.
Well, that means Warren's probably getting to Indy.
Warren's getting the Indy.
Unless San Fran just takes him.
So
G-Sox Locks asking how does Tet affect Coker's fantasy-wise? Not good this year, but I want to see if maybe the Panthers might trade Leggett. But it does...
They're not trading him after 1 year.
Tet was going to blow up anybody's wide receiver group, so...
Okay, guys, 49ers pick is in. Per Jordan Schultz, they're going with
Zay Grable,
Michael Williams. Xavier has that, so he gets the team match.
Ross, do you know why I'm so excited about that pick?
No, why?
Join me.
Oh, because San Fran sucks?
Join me. San Francisco, 10.5 wins under.
Yeah.
Not going to win the NFC.
No, they're not going to. They were never winning the NFC. They were
odds-on favorite.
No, they were not winning the division.
They are the odds-on favorite.
Ugh, no.
Don't question DraftKings.
Man. Okay. Michael Williams and...
Wow, May 14th. They bumped that schedule release out a little bit.
Yeah, they did.
Ross, we haven't talked about Michael Williams much, and maybe that's what Andrew was just getting ready to say.
Yeah, go ahead, guys.
Go ahead, Andrew, shoot it out.
I was just going to say, now you have him and Bosa on the same defensive line. Obviously, he played last year when he was injured, and, he looked good against Texas, against Banks. But what do you guys think about him? Sounds like you guys are lukewarm.
Yeah, I've come up on him a little bit from early on, but he's a much better run defender than he is pass rusher. Like, I'm just not seeing the big vision here. Like, I've heard people compare him to Jason Pierre-Paul. Like, I'm not seeing it. I just don't see I don't see the speed. I don't see the explosion.
I don't even know if he made it to my final top 10 defensive end prospects.
Yeah, I mean,
sounding like Ross now.
The combine was bad. I think his pro day information was not good.
It wasn't bad.
And I know he's got excuses.
It was average.
I watched the tape. It wasn't that great. I watched his when his arm length came in normal instead of freakish. I was done.
The one thing I'll say for him with the scheme, especially with Georgia, they play that goofy scheme where a lot of times they've got their ends just trying to control the tackle. It was the same thing, because I know you had problems with Trayvon not seeing it, because he's not playing that outside, put your head down and rush the passer. So I'll give him a little bit of leeway with that, but he's not Trayvon Walker.
That's what I say. He's not. You draft Trayvon Walker and you go look at those measurables.
Yeah,
that might be something special. That's why you would draft a Pierce later in the draft, because you're like, this could be something special. But Michael Williams is there's nothing about him measurables wise that's special.
Yeah,
and then for me to take him at number 11 would be crazy to me.
Again, this draft is so bad
with all their offensive line problems.
But what were they going to do?
Everybody says that every single year, and then they skip it. But yeah, like the three good tackles are gone. Like, I don't know
who I'm going to say.
You're not taking a guard at 11th.
You take the best offensive lineman on the table, and then you figure it out from there.
That's fair.
Who's that? Zabel?
Yeah, he would say Zabel. Is it Zabel? How do you pronounce it?
I think it's Zabel.
I thought it was Zabel. But...
Yeah, never look to me for enunciations. I'll always botch it.
I don't listen to
his comp is Mark Andrews, and you're drafting him 10th.
You could have just traded for Mark Andrews.
Ugh.
Hey, it'll be like a Hernandez-Gronk duo with Kmet and Loveland.
Great, but you don't have Tom Brady throwing the ball. You've got athletic Shadur Sanders.
Okay, guys. Dallas's pick.
Sorry, I'm distracted on something.
What is Dallas doing?
So no, I'm just saying. No, they haven't put the pick in. But what do you guys think it'll be?
Knowing the way this thing has gone so far, Golden.
I hope it's Golden so that Falcons can't take him. If Falcons take Golden at 15, I think I'll cry.
That will be the worst first pick of the first round.
Is that worse than Loveland? It is, right?
Yeah,
but it's close for me.
I mean, Loveland could play.
Yeah, why is everybody hating on Loveland?
He's Sam
He'd be
LaPorta.
He'd be a great middle of the second round pick.
Yeah, that's my problem. Is it's
just the position. Okay.
And the position.
Fair enough.
But the problem with Golden is he's just not good. Golden's a 4th round pick. It's about to go top 20, top 15 maybe. I don't know what Dallas could do here.
I'm sorry, I had to make some moves to further enhance my anti-49ers season bet real quick. I just wanted to make sure that I had a proper amount on the Rams, which I already do, but I need to make sure I had the I realized today I was talking about the Seattle and Arizona picks to protect the big Rams bet to win the NFC West, which is a basket against the 49ers. But I was talking about it, but then when I forgot to hit the button on actually doing it. So with Michael Williams going there, I wanted to make sure I had my Rams bet in order and that I had my Seattle Arizona protection. So I'm back now.
BTC Chris dropped a question in the chat, guys. Who do you guys think is going to go 19? That's Tampa's pick right now. He wants to bet it on FanDuel. Is it Jihad Campbell? Or is it Tua
That's
King?
Jihad's the consensus pick, but I mean, it's too hard to say with the way things are going right now.
Yeah.
Man,
But if Jalen Walker's available,
I don't think he
would they
gets
take
past Atlanta.
Campbell or Walker?
Walker's, I don't think Walker gets past Seattle at the absolute latest. By the way, let's talk about Jalen Walker here.
Yeah.
You're right.
I ended up listening to everybody and putting him in the top 10. And I've been ranting about it for the last 2 months about how he doesn't deserve to go anywhere near that spot.
I was betting him to somehow go into the top 5, but
He's
I bought into all the hype.
It goes to show you, like, basically anything outside of the top 8, just go with it. Like, go chalk 1 through 8, and then everything else just go with your scouting.
But that he was chalk. He was the chalk pick for the 8th spot.
That's true.
That's what I was trying to do. And then the one time I do it, no, I was right the whole time.
One guy Ross hated all along, him and Mason Graham.
Graham going 5, man. That to Cleveland, that was interesting.
Let me catch up to the chat. Tet affecting Coker. It's going to wherever Tet was going to go was going to blow up the rest of the targets for everybody else. Good for Tet. Not great for Coker, but maybe in the future, in another year, with a new quarterback, maybe. And they move on from Leggett and Thielen will be gone, but this is not good for Coker. Quantum comment was when you were talking about scouting being limited to watching players against college kids. About the quantum simulations. That'll be interesting how that gets more and more integrated in the scouting. Tom Finn's Coker stock just dropped faster than my 401k. Hey, not the last 2 days. We all got up off the mat the last 2 days with our 401ks. Mike Oxner, Sam Darnold is a perfect example of.
He was talking about our discussion on get a great O-line
you can get
make the quarterback look better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you need to get a good O-line and hire away Kevin O'Connell, and then you can take any quarterback you want. Mastodon Golden riding on a great last name. Well, he's certainly not riding on his great production against college kids on tape because
literally
it's
2
not there.
games. He's literally about to get drafted in the first round because of 2 games.
And if somebody took him in the 3rd round or late 2nd because of his speed, I mean, he's got something. There's not nothing there. But
he's not on the phone.
I don't like wide receivers who couldn't do it in college, so that are suddenly going to get it in the pros.
Dallas was not on the phone with him.
You guys think this is going to be Hampton?
It could be.
I want it to be Shedeur Sanders so bad.
Trying to think who else is on there.
That will shake the draft, man. If Dallas goes Sanders right now.
I think if Dallas was going to do it, it would be in the 2nd round. But them trading for Milton.
What's the point of drafting Sanders?
Because you're doing a favor for Dion.
And you blow your team all to hell.
It's Jerry Jones.
He's not going to take him in the first.
If Dion convinces him that he's the future, and then he can find his way out of Dak,
he can't get out of Dak for 3 more years minimum.
2 years from now,
I think it's 3 years.
But you know how they do with those guys. They'll like Carson Wentz. They'll cut them and spread out billions of dollars over 2 years.
I don't know. If it's not Golden here, it might be Hampton.
Is Zabel in play?
Some people had.
He should be. He's the best player in the draft.
Some people had him in this area. I don't think Dallas met with him. They did meet with Shamar Stewart. That would be
Ross,
interesting.
is Zabel your also your best player available? Who's your best player if it's not him?
Trying to think who is still on the board.
His best player available is Kenneth Grant. Is my prediction.
No, I'm not that high on Grant. I just thought that the NFL would be higher on Grant than a lot of people. I don't love any of the tackles.
And while Ross,
I like Mike Green, but he's the off-field stuff is
okay,
scary.
guys, it's in. Sorry, got to cut you off, Ross.
Good.
Yeah.
Tyler Booker.
Wow, they did go Booker. Wow.
Guys, I'm getting nervous. Matthew Golden's on the board. I know my Falcons are going to do something stupid. I know what's happening.
Hey,
Dallas.
good for Dallas. I don't love Booker, but
Dallas has a run game coordinator and coach, and they went run game.
They're gonna run.
And they took the not best guard that was out there available.
Yeah, but if you're going up, they're going 100% power straight up the middle. Like that's who you want for it. I mean, now you've got Tyler Smith and Tyler Booker.
If I
had Tyler Booker there in one of my mocks.
You did. I remember that.
God dog it.
Knowing how much I love Zabel, what team would I want him to go to that's going to delight me to no end?
Minnesota?
Who do I want? Damn, that would be hot.
The consensus pick is Zabel to Seattle. It doesn't feel like a Seattle pick to me, but
I would not be happy with that because I don't know how I feel about Seattle.
Seattle never picks guards in the first round, but I mean,
they never pick anybody on the offensive line, even when they do.
Yeah, they do.
Well, they need to do an offensive line.
Took Charles Cross.
Guys, let's reload now. Miami at 13. What are we? You think they go corner? What do you guys think?
Will Johnson's possible.
Ross, you have Kenneth
like
Grant.
Warry. I've got Kenneth Grant.
Yeah.
Some people have had the Ole Miss Nolan to Miami.
I have a throwaway bet that it's corner, but
could be Will Johnson.
I'm not.
The injury issues, though, I feel like he'll probably go a little bit later.
I'm not counting my money on that one.
I have Josh Simmons, but I don't feel great about it.
Yeah, not coming back with that injury.
They want to be run game, so they would draft a run game.
They don't need a tackle though.
Lineman.
What about who's the guy that what was his name? Armstead? He retired.
Yeah, but they've got Patrick Paul.
They think they've got it figured out through.
Yeah, they had Patrick Paul, and they still got Austin Jackson on the right. Man, I had that pick in, I think it was like third mock, maybe third or fourth.
So I need to put L's by all my Ashton Genty to go third, to go fourth, to go fifth, because he went sixth.
Okay. Ross, you and me are between us and Xavier, you and me are the only ones with like a active player that could go to Miami.
I want it to be Will Johnson.
Yeah, most people had like.
Honestly, I want it to be somebody terrible because I have more bets on the Miami under win total. So I need this to be somebody terrible.
Most people had Banks here.
Who's a terrible player they could take here and get suckered into?
Eamon Warry.
Ooh, high?
Yeah, it's possible. I've heard that a lot of people had him as a top 20 player.
What about Stewart? Would that be worse
they don't need another edge rusher.
I would like that. They got to take Tyler Warren?
They might. That was one I had in another mock.
Although Johnny Smith was good enough last year. but he's also 31.
I think Warren's probably going to Indy with the next
Yeah.
pick. Miami's
They-
got
Did Miami take Pierce here?
no. They don't need an edge rusher.
Well, every NFL team that thinks they don't have enough edge rushers.
Yeah, I think this is probably defensive line or a defensive back.
How about
Do you guys
Miami
see
take
Jalen
Shedeur
Walker?
Sanders?
Oh my god.
Again, doesn't need to be an edge rusher. Like I just don't see them going.
Could Miami take a quarterback here?
They could.
Man.
Given the Tua situation, given the makeup of the salary cap that they're trying to do.
Yeah, I sent you that article where they're dumping caps super fast. It looks like they're making a move to
And
dump,
that's
get rid of Tua.
exactly what they're doing.
Sanders is not a zero here.
Or Dart.
I would think it would be Sanders. He's the better fit for that scheme.
By the way, Genty's signing bonus, $22.7 million.
Oof.
You can't do that for a running back.
That's
Unless
wild.
they're
Yeah.
David Johnson, you can't.
Oh my god. DJ 3K.
Because I mean that from the Genty is okay in the passing game, but he's not like a revolutionary running back. He's really good, but I'm not paying that kind of money for a running back.
C. Brommel said, is there a Dion meltdown watch going on? They showed Shedeur about 3 picks ago, and he was laughing, smiling, didn't seem to be bothered at all. So I think they kind of knew this was coming. I'm sure they're not happy about it, but
And I'll bet, and we'll never know. God, that tape of Jalen Milroe running is something. That is something. That's why I mean before the Senior Bowl, when I was watching just some of his tape and watching him run, and knowing in January I thought that the Shedeur Sanders meltdown was coming, and I wasn't sure where the world was going to be on Ward. I put a buck on Milroe to be the number 1 pick in the draft at like 60,000 to 1. Just because I thought if he has a great Senior Bowl, he might get into the conversation. But he's such a bad passer. But when you watch him run, good God, what a runner at quarterback. That's why I still think there's a chance he's going to be the second quarterback taken, even if that's in the 3rd round.
Do you guys think he's the best runner at quarterback you've seen in a while? Like, compare him to like Lamar, Vic, Hurts. Like, where does Milroe fall into like that spectrum?
I put him up there with Hurts. Hurts doesn't want to run.
I think he might be faster than even Lamar, but I don't know that I'd say he's. Yeah, I just don't know if I'd say he's as good a runner as Lamar.
He's
Maybe
bigger
something like
than Lamar,
Fields.
right?
He's not as agile as Lamar, but he's more built like Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts could be a great runner if he wanted to. He just doesn't run by trade.
I don't know that Hurts is as fast as those guys, though. To me, it's kind of Fields as a runner.
That's right. That's a good call because Fields is like a tailback,
225,
who can't pass. So it's a perfect Milroe comp. Is Justin Fields a better Justin Fields?
I was about to ask you, did Fields who was a better passer coming out, Fields or Milroe?
No, I would say Fields.
Because Milroe may be the worst passer.
Yeah.
To ever be taken in the first 3 rounds of a draft.
Milroe's. I'm not sure if he's as far along as Malik Willis
since maybe Anthony Richardson, and Anthony Richardson has great tape as a passer, and then you see the bad version and go, man, if he can just clean that up, because look at the good throws. I don't ever really see any great throws from Milroe. There was great throws from Anthony Richardson. Anthony Richardson's top throws are unreal.
Yeah.
So you think, man, if we could just bottle that and wash the rest of it out. Milroe doesn't have any great tape. I mean, he has tape where he can game manage and throw Arthur Smith type passes, which is why he's destined to go to Pittsburgh. But
okay, guys, Ross, you're gonna be very happy right now.
Is it Grant?
Kenneth Grant. Yep.
For who?
Miami.
For Miami. Finally got one. Jesus.
Like that. That's a good player going to them, but it's not a team changer. But there's really no team changer.
They need a defensive line so badly, though.
They need a lot. So
Was
I bet I was
this
the only
too
one with
high
Grant.
for Grant, guys?
No, it's not too high. I've been saying all along, like, this is the range that nose tackles with this profile go. Like, that's where they go.
I
don't
want
know.
to take offensive linemen
Oh,
instead.
already picks in. Number 14's in.
Oh, it's
Tyler
Tyler
Warren.
Yeah,
Tyler
no.
Warren.
Indy sprinted up there as soon as that was in.
Man, good for them.
No, Grant is. I mean, look, he's what, 30 pounds heavier than.
Rams were
Mason
making
Graham.
calls. Sorry, Ross. Rams were making calls per Diana
Trying to
Rossini
get
to
up
move
Warren.
up. No, trying to trade up to get Tet,
Really?
according to Diana Rossini.
The smart teams knew.
I figured they'd be going for the tight end again.
Yeah, continue, Ross. Sorry for cutting you off.
Yeah, but no, just Kenneth Grant is 30 pounds bigger than Mason Graham, has longer arms, better against the run, just as much pass rush production, and he was constantly taking on double teams. So why is Graham the better prospect of the two? He's not better than Grant in any way you could think to measure it.
Yep.
I mean, to me, you just got Dontari Poe with the upside that he's maybe turns into Vita Vea. Like, that's pretty good.
So in a vacuum, Ross, you take Grant over
Yeah,
Graham. Okay.
absolutely, I would.
And it's crazy because maybe Cleveland could have traded back and landed Grant instead of Graham.
Grant was a player that I had heard that Jacksonville was even looking at as high as 5. I know some teams had him as the top defensive tackle even over Graham. I mean, chasing down Katron Allen, like, that's absurd at 330, 340 pounds.
If you have a 3-4,
Nobody runs base defense that much anymore. But he can play ball. He can play 3 downs.
Yeah, you definitely put him in a 4-3. I'm just saying, if you play a 3-4, you could stick him at nose tackle.
Yeah.
And if you go 4 on the line and you just make him one of the inside defensive tackles,
exactly.
There's probably not a better defensive tackle for that situation.
Exactly.
Maybe Walter Nolan as a 4-3, pure 4-3, is a better pass rusher disruptor type.
Yes.
But
I would agree
if
with
you're
that.
looking for a guy that can do 3-4 and 4-3 and just be a boulder in the middle, it doesn't get any better than Grant.
No, I mean, in a sea of a bunch of meh picks, that's one that stands out to me as like, okay, you could get a pretty darn good player here.
I had him as my 12th best on the board, but I mean, in a cluster where he could have been the 8th best with just a little bit of more of a bump. He's in that past the elite 3 or the elite 4 that I had, 1, 2, 3, 4. The elite 3 or 4, then Grant was in that next group of
Guys,
elite
just
adjacent.
from everything that I've heard from Jeff and all that, Jalen Walker was Atlanta's number 1 defensive guy. They were trying to trade up into the top 10 to get him, so it's going to be shocking if they don't go him at 15.
How glad are you that they didn't waste their pick on Dallas Turner last year?
Oh, man. I mean, they were going to go Latu instead, but yeah, I'm happy we don't have Turner. Did he show you anything, RC, to make you... Sorry for interrupting. Did he show you anything last year to make you feel differently about him, or are you still sticking to your guns? Dallas Turner.
It's like Dallas Turner doesn't even exist. I can't even remember anything that he did last year. He was just such another player on the field.
I think I remember him getting a sack on Kirk Cousins, though, during the Falcons game. But then again, anybody could do that. He was a sitting duck.
See, this is another one. Like I like Tyler Warren, but spending the 14th pick in the draft on a tight end.
Who's the better dynasty tight end now, Warren or Loveland, or unknown where he's going, Arroyo?
Oh man!
If you had to take one right now,
I
without
mean,
Arroyo being a known location where he's going,
Warren's got no quarterback, and Loveland's got Caleb Williams, but Ben Johnson
and Komet.
But Komet. I don't know.
Guys, question from the chat from Mike Oxner. Speaking of Latu, how do you think? Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, RC.
Okay, go ahead with that one, but then I want to go back up to the other.
Oh, my bad.
Chats that we hadn't caught up to. Go ahead with Latu.
I'm always jumping down. I'm sorry. We'll start with that one. But Mike Oxner, speaking of Latu, how do you think he'll perform this year?
How do I think he's going to perform this year? I don't know.
He's coming on.
He's going to be a guy that I'm going to watch, do a rewind report, watch his entire 2024 to see what happened, because I did not expect him to be so non-impactful his rookie season. And Ross is right. There were glimpses, and then the glimpses were coming on stronger at the end of the year. But I need to see it all to see what happened there, because he should have been instant impact.
Yeah, so I went back and looked at him. He was beating his guy. He just wasn't finishing, and some of that was just being a young pass rusher, and some of it was just kind of bad luck, I think. I wouldn't worry too much about Latu. I think he's going to be just fine. Some of it was he was rotating in. He wasn't even on the field.
I want to see how good. I want to see what it was specifically.
Yeah,
because that one was confusing to me. Chat items we missed. Mastodon 2 will get concussed on his couch with a Miami quarterback pick. Well, he survives another round, but the quarterbacks might be next round that Miami takes a quarterback. Wouldn't shock me. Mr. Brommel, RC, you helped me win another $100K this year. I am making another donation to your wife's charity, and that I can fully attest that happened. And he made a very nice donation to my kids' school, where my wife worked. So I am hoping that happens again. That would help a lot of kids in need. New Google Plus sucks. Oh, you're on YouTube now instead of Twitch. Yes. Mr. Brommel, 2 years ago, Amon-Ra, the Rashad White, etc. was a great draft per RC's draft guide. That was the Rashad Pacheco year with Amon-Ra. Chris Premu, I still think Warren is going to produce year one.
Yeah.
Colts are fine.
I tend to agree. I think Warren's probably. Although if Arroyo does land with KC, which I actually don't think is going to happen now because of the injury issues, but I think he's probably going to go early second round.
New Google Plus sucks. Jalen Woods, Dunzo, yeah.
He's been done.
His hamstrings, he can't even get to practice before his hamstrings blow out again. I expect he'll be cut if he's not cut. I think he's still with the team, but he'll probably be released, and I think you'll see him wind up in who's his tight end coach is now the Arizona offensive coordinator, I think. So I think he might get picked up by Arizona, but I mean, you have to think that he's done. Morgan asks, guys, is Tet getting 10 plus targets a game now? I would say
probably
closer to that than
probably not 10
than 8.
What would 8 be? 17 games, like 100. 8 sounds about right. 8.5. First year. That sounds
I'll
about
take
right
the
to me.
over on that, but
RC, I need to cut into the chat. This GB guy's messing with me. He's telling me that I'm really stressed out while Atlanta's on the clock and that it's already like they chose Golden. I just don't trust my team, man. I'm so scared.
this is a big moment because the Falcons are the only real team set up to try to take down Tampa. Tampa Bay is starting to push away in that division. They need to come through with a pick here.
GB, is that? I wonder if that's who I think that is. I can't see the picture clearly, but oh yeah, WWE. That's definitely who it is. How you doing, G?
I don't disagree with G Sox locks.
Yeah.
Falcons are definitely trash. Bengals are really freaking good. I'm not going to argue with that. Your defense is probably just as bad as ours, but your offense is
I'd
one
say
of
the
the best.
Falcons are trash.
Falcons are taking a long time here.
Yeah,
They like Jalen Walker so much. They're
Who
not
won
acting
more?
like it.
Who won more games last year, Atlanta or Cincinnati?
I think we tied, but probably the tiebreaker has us picking ahead of them. Or maybe we're one.
I'm just saying
game
the
off.
argument of trash versus beast. I'm not sure either of those labels are warranted for either of those teams.
Oh my god.
Falcons
Brummel.
That
Oh my god.
might save them some payroll if they fall back a couple of picks. Take the guy they wanted.
Oh my god. That would be so Atlanta if the clock expires on them. Just fire Fontenot now.
Pick is in.
Picks in. All right.
Surprised they haven't announced it yet.
Yeah. I think
wanna
the
say
fan
that the
base
team
will
that did
erupt if
that-
it's not Walker.
The team that missed their pick on time and got
Okay.
was it in Minnesota?
Jalen Walker is the pick at 15. It is not Matthew Golden.
That's a reason to celebrate. Just that sentence.
Yep.
But
Team that was it Minnesota?
I thought it was Minnesota.
Yeah, I think it was Minnesota that.
I don't know who jumped in front of them.
I think Baltimore jumped in once, and then I think another team did too, didn't they?
I
I
can't.
think somebody did jump twice. They goofed it up, but I'd have to go back and look. I'm pretty sure it was Baltimore was one of them.
Oh, man. Oh, so happy it's not Golden. All right. I can focus now.
Yeah, read what Brommel said.
That's awesome.
Some of us already have that hairline.
Hey,
So
that's what the
saying-
Falcons will do to you.
It should be. Let me just say this about our hairlines. I have never been happier in my entire life than since I started losing my hair and I just decided to shave it down to basic short whatever hair I got left, just
Hey.
short.
Don't-
I so love not having to deal with
Yeah,
hair. I couldn't be happier.
there are
to
some
not have
perks.
hair. Yeah,
You can roll out of bed, don't have to do anything,
yeah.
don't
I
have
am-
to take trips to the barber shop.
Now I
Costing
acknowledge
$25
that
every couple of weeks.
Andrew's going to get the GQ cover over me.
Oh yeah,
So
I don't know about that, RC.
he's got beautiful locks of hair. All credit to him. Just from a operational standpoint, I am so glad I don't have hair.
all right. Let's see if I can hit a wing and a prayer on this Arizona pick.
Okay, so for Arizona, Ross has Donovan Jackson.
Donovan Jackson, and almost nobody's got him even in the first round, much less at 16. So we'll see.
I have Donovan Jackson in my top 32 prospects.
I'm just going with they want guard and they love the Ohio State kids. I kind of even figured they might trade down here, but I don't think they're going to. There's
I
nobody to
forgot
come.
who Xavier has. I want to look that up quickly. At 16.
There was some Tyler Bookers. There was a lot of edge rushers here. Some people had Will Johnson. It's usually one of those three.
I have to comment.
A lot of people have Simmons here.
Hold on, the draft has to wait because I got shots fired from GB again. I have to address. Going bald and the dollar menu are getting it done in 2025. Let me just tell you the money that I save by eating cheap food and not having to waste money on hair products. And I pass the savings on to you. How could life be any better? These are all compliments. These are all beautiful things, except for when I then go get my $6.67 venti latte at Starbucks.
Okay, so by the way, Xavier has Jihad Campbell, Ross has Donovan Jackson, I have Derek Harmon going to Arizona. So we're all alive for that pick.
Jihad Campbell's a common one here.
And I have $1 at 10,000 to 1 that it's Shador Sanders. So put me down for that.
On the phone.
Going to Cardinals, RC?
Yeah. I put a buck on him going to the Cardinals, Dolphins, and Cowboys because I didn't think he was going to get drafted in the first round. So I'm trying to pick up the high odds gamble in the second round.
GB indicated trade in the chat, but nothing hit my phone yet.
Never mind, he said.
Oh, never mind. Okay.
Look like I'm sitting in a closet. It's actually it's a background in the with the program with Skype. I figured it was better than the hotel room background.
Picking up on some comments. Chris Primo, Anthony Richardson better stay on the field this year when he does get to play. Yeah, I'm not sure he's going to get to play on purpose. And it may not be for the Colts if it happens. New Google Plus sucks. Come on, RC, believe in my Panthers. Every month that goes by, I'm a little closer to being a Panthers believer. I believe in Dave Canales. I love Ted McMillan.
I mean, would it shock you if they won that division?
And
No.
I was just going to say, I'm not against putting a bet on the Panthers to win that division.
I mean,
That's how good Dave Canales coached that team last year. One of the best offensive lines, one of the best offensive line turnarounds. You would have thought that a Tennessee with the Callahans would have had an offensive line turnaround like that. It was Dave Canales that had the most major offensive line turnaround, from the Carolina being absolutely one of the worst offensive lines to one of the best all in one season with a couple of free agent moves and a new coach. Then you sit there and you go, how is it that the Jets never can get this done? How can the Raiders never get this done? And then Dave Canales just goes to Carolina and pow, turns it around in 1 year where they have a legit offensive line. So I am pro Carolina. I just need a quarterback besides Bryce Young there. I just do not buy the Bryce Young turnaround narrative in the second half of last year. Watching it, I just didn't see it. It was a lot of luck.
They beat up some bad teams too.
But what I saw on tape of how Bryce Young ended up having a good second half, and he was better than he had been, because, I mean, you almost couldn't get worse. It's a lot of identifying the receiver that's one-on-one and just kind of floating it out to them. A decent pass, not like a stupid pass that's always up for grabs, like a legit pass, but one-on-one, and the receiver makes the play and the cornerback can't adjust to it. So the receivers made the play, and good for Bryce, but they were throws were like, man, what was he seeing? Why did he make that throw? But he panic throws into one-on-one. That's going to be great for McMillan if Young keeps that up, and I assume he's going to.
Walter Nolan.
Is that who the Cardinals took?
Uh-huh.
Really? Huh.
Defensive head coaches are going to take defensive players.
Yeah.
Who did Arizona take in the first round last year?
Marvin and Darius Robinson.
Darius Robinson is who I was thinking of.
Was Robinson first round? He was,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
27th.
And Marvin Harrison was a good defensive pick too, because he gave so little to the offense that Arizona was on defense much faster by having Marvin Harrison on the field.
Man, I don't get the Walter Nolan love.
You know what's funny? I think Kyler Murray was interviewed like 2 days ago, and he was asked like who or potential like who to see like at 16, and I think he mentioned Walter Nolan's name.
Did he?
Nobody ever said that Kyler Murray was brilliant.
There's a lot of love for Walter Nolan.
I know. That's those Senior Bowl when those Senior Bowl guys get all the lauding that they do. That's how I wonder if they're just going to be instantly graced into the first round when they're rumored to be first round type talents. That if you're getting all the buzz at the Senior Bowl, that's why we shouldn't be too long before we see Zabel go off the board.
Yeah, I mean, I see the flashes with Nolan, but just I don't know. He's got some kinks to work out. We'll see.
Good for a gamble, but man, I'd be taking off, and I would have been taking Simmons, Zabel, Jackson, any of these offensive linemen.
Okay, next pick, guys. Cincinnati. Who do you guys? Do you think they're a lock to go defense, or you think offense is possible?
Oh yeah, no. It's
offensive line.
It's possible they take a guard, but I'm pretty sure this is going to be some defensive pick.
Okay.
Since Nolan just went, I've got Jihad Campbell.
You have Jihad. I have James Pierce, and Xavier's out of this one.
Yeah, Imamori is very possible here. I had it Imamori until the last second and changed it.
Ooh.
If they take an edge rusher, it's gonna push the narrative that Hendrickson's going a little bit more. If they don't take an edge rusher here, then I'm inclined to think they're gonna work things out with Hendrickson and keep him.
It's not the Cincinnati style to trade away a player.
And Hendrickson, why isn't Hendrickson getting the same respect as Myles Garrett? He's more. He's as productive. They're almost identical in production over the last 5 years, but over like the last 2 or 3, it's all Hendrickson over Garrett. Yet everybody's dying over how great Myles Garrett is, and he has to get this big new contract. Hendrickson asked for similar treatment, and everybody's like, "Get out of here with you."
I mean, some of that's just Cincinnati. I mean, they've always been cheap like that, except with their second wide receiver, apparently.
It was 2 teams jumped Minnesota, then they took Kevin Williams. GB going bald. Oh, we got that bald one already. Oh, it was Mike Oxner agreed. I bought a shaver 15 years ago for $20 and haven't spent a penny more on my hair since. Yep, I got a shaver off of Amazon for however much money. I don't know how many years ago, and it has lasted the all time.
Yep.
To this day, and no more going to the hair salon to get my hair done.
Same.
Oregon waiting for the Broncos to take O'Marion and then heading to bed. That could probably be what happens.
RC, got to cut you off. Bengals have taken Shamar Stewart.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was trying to get in a minute ago. If they take an edge here, it'll be Shamar Stewart. He's their kind of guy.
Bengals,
run
Bengals.
Defense.
More juice to Joe Burrow as the number 1 quarterback in fantasy, from the passing perspective.
I think that's another one I had Shamar Stewart in an old mock draft and changed it. I'm just going to start sticking with. I'm just going to start putting down my third mock and we're just done here.
Yeah.
the question from Mark Faria, is this a down year for dynasty rookies compared to the last few years? It depends on what perspective you want to take that question from. Talent-wise is a whole different debate, but actual situation, the problem with this year's draft rookies is there's so much talent in the league now that all of these guys are going to have a hard time going somewhere and being an impact player. Like Travis Hunter is a really nice wide receiver prospect, but the fact that he's now with Jacksonville and has to fight Brian Thomas for targets, of which he's going to lose that fight, that hurts a very talented Travis Hunter. Where if Travis Hunter went to a more favorable situation, this would be, oh man, what a great situation for Travis Hunter. It's not a talent issue this year. There's a lot of talent out there. It's where are they going to land, and where they land is going to blow up their dynasty value. Just like we're now not that excited about the tight ends from where they're landing. When you think about it, you're like, is the Colts really going to propel Warren to a big time year? Is Loveland really going to be explosive in Chicago?
RC, got to cut in. Jordan Schultz is reporting that the Seahawks are talking trade down. Nothing official, just talking about it. Continue.
Yeah.
Mike Oxner's appreciating my sacrifice. Anything I can do to save a buck, waiting for the stock market to go back up like it has in the last 2 days. Can we get Ross a light? No, he's saving money by cutting back on electricity. We pass all these savings on to you.
I've got every light in this room on. It's the best I can do.
Oh, and by the way, Chris Bromwell C. Bromwell has figured out my tell in poker. So, yeah, when I get nervous, I always just swipe my hair.
Me too.
You just rub your head?
Ross, are you wearing a turtleneck?
Nope.
Oh.
Just a t-shirt.
Okay.
I think it's probably my beard you see.
Yeah. You had like a Steve Jobs look going on. Now that I'm focused, I didn't really look. When I was looking to see about your light, oh, wow, your beard's really come in.
Been growing it out since before last draft, actually. Let's see how long we can get it.
Okay, who's the best guy on the board right now?
Zabel for me.
Zabel for RC. What about you, Ross?
Man, I kind of like Will Johnson here.
Ooh, okay.
Guys, I have just pure best players available. Not trying to fit them to anything. For me, it's Zabel, then Jaden Higgins, then Ursery, then Will Johnson, then Josh Simmons.
Who was the second one, RC? Zabel. I missed the
Zabel,
second.
then Jaden Higgins, wide receiver, Iowa State.
Ooh. You think Higgins can go in the first?
He might. I'm just saying he's in my top.
There was a little bit of rumblings that maybe late, but probably early second. Xavier, I like Mike Green, the player, but there's with all the off-field questions, I don't see a team taking him first round.
In the first.
I mean, two assault accusations is a lot.
I don't know though. They'd love to. You go back to who got all the love at the Senior Bowl, and Mike Green was one of those guys. So I could see it happening.
It's possible
before the end of the first round.
Late first.
He's. I don't have him ranked as highly on my board because I don't have a good valuation for pass rushers. So, but for what Mike Green does, he's one of the best pass rushers in the draft. I just don't give a rip about pass rushers. I don't think they're worth it.
I could see him fitting with Baltimore, Philly. Those would be the top two.
He'll be instant impact. He'll be instantly useful.
He's a good player.
Better than Nolan Smith.
The Bengals, though, man, they just keep taking these athletic guys that have no clue what they're doing.
Maybe Stewart and Mims can just practice against each other and
Right?
see if either one of them can figure out how to play professional football.
What's that saying about iron sharpens iron or something?
What's the
That's
opposite saying of that?
That's like Play-Doh sharpens Play-Doh.
That's better than I was thinking. Pudding sharpens pudding.
Yeah.
Who's picking next?
Seattle.
I knew they really wanted to trade down here.
No trade. Seahawks
Stream.
are picking. Pick is not announced though.
Come on, Will Johnson.
I can see this being Zabel. I could
Will
see this one being
Johnson,
Simmons
Jihad.
or
I don't think
They
they'll
don't-
take
they don't need
Simmons.
they don't need
Okay,
Jihad.
pick is in.
They
It's
signed
Gray
Ernest Jones.
Zabel.
They took the wow.
Me and Xavier both got that.
Yeah, that was the consensus pick. I'm just surprised that the team that never picks guards picked a guard. Well, I guess it means Jihad's got to go to Tampa, like the consensus was. This has been a strange draft.
Ross, is there
Entertaining
any
enough.
truth to Jihad starting the year on PUP?
Yeah, possibly.
Do you think that
He-
drops
he
him?
did. I mean, it's not looking good right now. Somebody, I think it was Daniel Jeremiah, left him out of the first round.
But then wouldn't that mean he's not going to go to Tampa Bay, who Tampa Bay has such a focus on right now because they can?
Yeah, you would think so.
So here's who we all have going to Tampa. We all have 3 different picks. I have
What number is
Jihad,
Tampa?
19. So
Okay.
I
can't
have
bet it.
Jihad. Ross has Matthew Golden, and Xavier has Will Johnson.
And I would have had Will Johnson if I had.
I was thinking corner. I was going to say
Yeah, but I figured Seattle would take Will Johnson there.
they need a plug-and-play corner. If they believe in Johnson, it's him, or they could trade down and get any number of other guys. I don't know if they desperately need a corner, though.
They need another starting corner.
But not in the first round.
It doesn't have to be the first round, but they.
What in the first
But
round
you got Will Johnson there, like.
for instant impact would help Tampa Bay's march to the playoffs? Would it be another? I mean, Logan Hall is their other 3-4 end. Would a 3-4 defensive end?
No, they've got
Fit here?
They got
Well, they
Kansas.
got Canty on one side, but they got Logan Hall on the other, who's not bad.
It's a 3-4 end. You're not getting him for pass rush. I mean, they could, but
I don't.
who would
I
you
don't know
take?
that they
No
need
one?
a.
Or Harmon? Maybe.
That's
To me,
what I was-
again, Will Johnson makes the
wonder.
most sense here to me, but
I
Per
think they
Jordan
re-signed-
Schultz.
which is where I
Sorry.
would have gone with if I didn't have him off the board to Seattle. What?
RC, just really quickly cutting it. Per Jordan Schultz, a ton of activity at the bottom of this draft with teams looking to trade down. A couple of QB needing teams are making calls.
Yeah.
Nothing surprising there.
I think Tampa Bay re-signed Dean this offseason, and they got Zion McCollum as the other corner. And I know that they are fine with Tyke Smith as the slot corner.
Yeah.
I don't know that they think that they need a corner that bad.
They need a long-term corner. But you can get that in the second round. Like, they don't have to. But
I think they're good with McCollum and Dean.
passing on Will Johnson for what?
That's the question. For what?
I mean, I could see them taking the receiver, but ugh.
Would they
I mean,
replace?
doesn't
Would they replace? What is his name on the right tackle? Godecki.
Godecki? Nah. And again, with what? Simmons?
Yeah.
Who's
Or take Jackson
left
as
tackle. But Simmons
guard
is
tackle.
if you're gonna pass on Jihad Campbell for injuries, then you pass on Simmons for the same reason. That is very loud.
Is that coming from you?
Yeah, it was like some truck or something all the way down on the highway. That's crazy. What
Schefter
else?
said Buccaneers are making the pick, but no announcement on what that pick is.
Sam B asked in the chat, any chance Jaden Higgins goes round 1 to Kansas City? I don't know that they'll take a wide receiver after, because they don't know what the status is with Rashee Rice. They signed Marquise Brown back. If they didn't sign back Marquise Brown, I would have said maybe, but they'll start out with Worthy and Brown as starters. Rice will be suspended, but Rice will come back. They'll sign a veteran wide receiver to fill. I think that didn't they sign Juju back?
Yes, Juju's back
for that purpose to kind of get
just fill in for Rice.
I don't think Kansas City's in the wide receiver market. No. They should be.
They got other needs.
Yeah, they got a lot of other problems creeping up, and I know everybody here is praying that they take Arroyo at tight end, which would not shock me if they were kicking the tires to acquire Kyle Pitts, and if they know that this is Kelsey's last year and that Kelsey's last year might have been last year and that it's not going to be great this year, maybe they do go Arroyo.
I swear, if they take Arroyo after I change that pick again, that'd have been my Pearsall call from this one.
Okay, pick is in. It's a receiver. It's not Golden.
Is it Egbuka?
It's Egbuka.
Money. I just made some money.
That is crazy.
I bet.
Now you have, wait, McMillan, Godwin, Evans, and Egbuka? That's crazy.
What are you doing with?
Is Godwin not really ready?
Yeah, it's got to be because it's the same skill set. Like it's same type player as Godwin.
I'll take that at 500 to 1, but I am miffed by that one.
Man, so I got the receiver, just wrong one.
We haven't had many cutaways to the Shador Sanders compound party disco hall lately. Here we go.
I would look for Houston to make a trade up for Golden pretty soon, which is another pick that I had and changed. Denver, gotta be Omari, and you would think.
Glad I'm not really listening to the NFL Network because I'm sure they're trying to defend this Shador Sanders drop to the hilt.
Okay.
So we're coming up on the Steelers, aren't we?
Yeah, so it's Denver then Steelers. So guys, are we
Steelers are not
the two most interesting picks coming up?
Steelers are not taking a
Denver's going running back.
Is it going to be
Hampton, right?
You would think.
If they were trying to trade up, what were they trying to trade up for?
Who, Denver?
Yeah.
If they were trying to trade up, it was for Genty.
Like all those rumors that
it was
last couple days
Genty.
That they were trying to trade up. So then I assume it's going to be for Hampton here.
Yeah, Hampton's the chalk pick.
I don't know. You might want to go through the season with Jaleel McLaughlin, Audric Estime, Tyler Batty as your 1, 2, and 3 on the current depth chart.
You're forgetting
Blake Watson?
Blake Watson.
Well, that's because I was giving him respect. I didn't want to lump him in with those other 3. This pick by Tampa Bay makes no sense to me at all.
So,
from a player, like I wouldn't take this wide receiver in the first round, and Tampa Bay, that's the thing they probably needed the least.
So here's the thinking. One, they think they're going for a Super Bowl. So they're trying to juice it as much as they possibly can. Mike Evans probably only has 1 year left. Godwin's getting towards 30 and coming off a major injury. The only other thing they've got is what's his name, McMillan.
Yeah.
Egbuka, again, you got a weak
I'll
class.
take that.
Egbuka's fine, great character, hard worker.
As
You
soon
don't
as
have to
I
worry
hear,
about him.
as soon as I hear with him, one
It's
of the
fine.
first two attributes is great character. With a player who's kind of wobbly talent wise in the mix of all of the talent, I start getting nervous.
He's fine. I mean,
So
what else are
he's
you going to take?
Fine. What else
He-
am I going to take?
He's
I'll
Jackson
trade
Smith.
back and get more picks. I'll
Well,
take
you
Jaden
don't know
Higgins.
that anybody's trying to come up here.
I'll take Jaden Higgins and teach him how to, or not teach him, but you can work him in the slot.
I think I'd rather have Egbuka than Higgins personally, but
Oh, my stomach just dropped on that statement.
it just depends on what you want. Like, they're just different styles. They're about the same.
Yeah, the choice is between somebody who could be really great and someone who's going to be.
Can Higgins be great?
Yes. I know Ibuka's going to be forgettable, replaceable, inconsequential,
Guys,
but fine.
sorry. Per Jordan Schultz, Giants have been trying to get back into round 1 per source.
Of course they have.
Dart or Shador?
Probably Dart.
You would think. Seems like everybody's got some Dart
Well,
Giants knowledge.
but if you're really that worried about it, wouldn't you be desperately trying to get in front of the Steelers? And Denver's not going to trade their pick because they want a running back. So the Giants can't be trying that hard to get in.
What would it cost? They have the 34th overall
and
pick,
Why?
I think.
Why would you try to be trading to get into the first round now with picks that are after the Steelers? You have to wait to see who the Steelers take because whoever it is the Giants are looking for could be gone here in 2 picks.
Yeah. I mean, Denver has a really coveted pick because you're right in front of the Steelers, right?
Yeah, but I think they're desperate to take a running back.
Well,
But
the
I
right
wouldn't be
deal's on the
surprised if they
table.
swerved us.
Where does Jihad Campbell go?
If
now?
if Giants put their first round pick
Oh.
next year on the table, they're trading that pick.
What is this? What are the chances, Ross? We talked about this. That this is Trayvon Henderson.
Not zero.
That would be
Not
crazy.
Hampton.
Not zero.
That this is
30% maybe?
My theory on that was if Sean Payton, and it's simplistic, and I will scold people when they do this, and here I am, I'm going to do it. If Sean Payton's looking for his Alvin Kamara in this draft, if that's what he's comfortable with, if that's what his heart is going to go towards, Trayvon Henderson is the most Alvin Kamara out there, and he's not even close to Alvin Kamara, but
Yeah. Yeah, but he also once upon a time took Mark Ingram first round, and that's closer to what Hampton is. So I would say 30% Henderson maybe.
I would think this would be Hampton, and Hampton had a good run as a receiver
Yeah, they're trying to trade the
in
pick.
college. Who, Denver?
Yeah, gotta be. That's what's taking so long.
When they
Which would be
trade the
smart
pick,
of
do
them
you get
to
an
do.
extended
I don't know.
clock?
Yeah, they reset the clock.
Yeah.
Who could Denver take here if it's not a running back? Who could Denver take here and we be like, whoa, they're one step closer to overtaking
No
the Chiefs?
trade in front of the Steelers. The Broncos stay put and pick at 20. Per Mike Garafolo.
Who could Denver take here that's not a running back that we'd all go, man, that was brilliant.
I mean, they
They really don't need
They
anybody
don't
on
need the
defense.
corner.
They don't
I was
need
about to
corner.
ask, do they need someone opposite of Surtain? But I guess
No,
it's...
So-
they got
Riley
they got
Moss
Moss.
is really good.
Yeah. He's
Oh, yeah,
fine.
yeah, duh.
And McMillan at nickel is really good.
I mean, I would probably say Harmon would be my choice. Yeah, I would say Harmon.
That wouldn't surprise me. I don't know what it is with teams and thinking that John Franklin Myers is something.
Well, all three of their
In a
defensive
3-4.
tackles. Three
What
of
about
the four
James
defensive
Pierce?
tackles. They don't
I
need
don't
another
think-
edge rusher.
I don't think they need to take that gamble. They're
Yeah.
too close to being really good to be gambling on pass rushers.
Okay, I have it, guys. Jade Barron.
That's a pick.
Doesn't sound like you're enthused.
No.
Where is he?
Jade Barron doesn't impress me.
Is he a nickel?
Yeah, he's a nickel,
They're going to replace McMillan. Wow.
which doesn't make sense because McMillan was one of the guys that you and I cropped up. Like, he showed up on film so hard when their defense made that big turn 2 years ago.
And he showed up on film when he was an undrafted free agent at ECU. He's one of my top-rated corners from that draft that never got drafted, and he's only proved to be that good in the pros. I am surprised
Yeah.
because Moss has got 2 more years left on his contract. Didn't Sertan get a contract?
He did.
Yeah.
Okay. And McMillan's really good. This is strange.
I mean, again, like
Isn't it?
you can get a good nickel in the third or fourth round. Like,
Yeah.
you're going to take the guy that got gift wrapped 5 interceptions thrown straight to him. That doesn't do much for me.
You mean you don't love it, Ross, when you're watching a player's highlights on YouTube, and that's a corner, and the first 3 highlights are errant passes thrown to them 10 yards away from any other human, and they make the interception? The only thing worse than that is when they show a player's highlight as recovered a fumble.
Ugh.
Per rap sheet, the Broncos made calls to move up, made calls to move down, but ultimately landed at Jade Barron at 20.
Ugh.
And he was coached by Vance Joseph's cousin at Texas, if you guys are into such
We would have known
connections.
that. Oh, I would have been all over
No,
that
he
connection.
is. Don't compare him to Cooper DeJean. No. No. Cooper DeJean's. No.
Possible.
Cooper DeJean's bigger, longer,
Yes.
faster, way more athletic.
But other than that,
But other than that,
oh, you know what it is? You know what it is?
what is it?
High character.
I guess.
Isn't that the justification of the past 2 picks?
Yep.
Ibuka and Barron?
RC, apparently I'm your evil conscience.
So, hey, I know you guys are talking about
We are all
getting a
wearing white
nickel
shirts.
later, but does this kind of like resurrect the no-fly zone kind of secondary they had in that 2015 Super Bowl run, or do you not see this putting them over the top? Not
don't
over the
see
top,
it-
but
Wait
I
a
see
minute.
this as being like a
Did
huge
Von
upgrade.
Miller of 10 years ago join the team?
fair.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see Barron as being a huge upgrade over McMillan.
Okay.
I mean, it's depth.
Fair
I
enough.
mean,
It's
fine.
depth. Yeah,
But,
but
with a first round pick, you'd want to hope you'd get somebody that's more impactful.
right. I mean, you've got 3 defensive linemen that are their contracts are running out next year. You could have used the depth there. You get
Unless
more snaps on the defensive line rotation. I guess if you're worried about Harmon's injury, but
Is this a knock for the NFL? Really isn't that hot to trot on Hampton, or is this? Or my theory is Hampton's going right here. Or
it's possible.
Ooh.
Hampton's possible the next 2 picks.
So
everybody's thinking the Steelers are going to go quarterback and they're going to go running
Hampton-
back.
Or Daniel Jeremiah makes us all look stupid and the Rams take him.
for the purposes of the Huddle Report competition, Xavier and I both have Sanders, and Ross has Derek Harmon going right here.
Because then it ain't Sanders. Dion's not doing anything.
Nope.
Well,
Ross, it's Derek
Got it.
Harmon.
Yeah.
Good job.
please leave the camera on the Sanderses. Please leave the camera on the Sanderses.
Ross, you're, I think, at
That's
30 points.
50, yeah. Wait. Should be
That's another. Whoops. Sorry about
15.
that. It's another draft bet loss.
Through pick 19.
Should be 31 for me. I
Through
think.
pick 19, maybe. Hold on, let me see.
That's a good one. I'll bet no one had Harmon to the Steelers.
A lot of people had Harmon to the Steelers.
Really?
Yeah.
What's the motivation? I would have thought everybody would have gone quarterback,
I've talked
running
about
back,
Harmon.
offensive line.
Nah, I've talked about Harmon there for a long time. It's kind of been known that defensive line was their biggest hole, and he's so much like Cam Hayward. He just fits everything that they look for in a lineman. They've really needed one for a long time, but they needed another starter.
Good question from Mr. Brummel. With the way the first round is going, dynasty-wise, it seems first 2025 picks are worthless and should be traded back. Genty landed fine. McMillan is in a good spot. Not a great spot. The fans all went, whoa, they thought this was that. They thought that would be a quarterback. Well, now the quarterbacks have officially fallen. Is anybody really going to trade up into the first round to get a quarterback?
Yeah,
Yeah, I think it's possible.
but there's still a decent chance. I think maybe one. I don't know that two of them are going to happen, but
Reminder, Steelers do not have a second round pick this year if they want to rookie
Yet.
quarterback.
yet
True.
until they trade George Pickens to the Packers.
Travis
Wow.
Hunter over under receiving yards is up.
900.
They have-
900
odds
feels
at
high.
700 is about the line that they
I
have
was going to
set.
say, no, it's probably like 750 because I forgot he went to Jacksonville, not Cleveland.
That you can bet it up higher. They have 700 plus, 800 plus, 900, all the way up to 1200 plus.
7. That sounds about right.
I don't think there's a real leverage point in there because we have no idea how they're really going to use him. And with Brian Thomas there,
120 targets,
and while you're pondering
80 catches.
going back to the dynasty question about first picks are worthless, I wouldn't be making any judgment calls yet on the dynasty rookie draft based on this first round because most of the impact stuff is likely coming in the second and third round with all of the running backs.
Yeah.
So whatever we see right now, I can't even put a dynasty rookie draft rankings together because everything could change so radically tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be the dynasty rookie draft day. And day 3 is going to have a lot of impact on it too. But tomorrow is going to be where does Caleb Johnson, probably where does Travion Henderson go, maybe where Hampton goes, where Higgins, Knoll, all the clever wide receivers are probably going to go there. But let's see if any of them are going to get snagged late in the first round.
Ross, Jason Boris, the winner of the Huddle Report last year,
Mhm.
he has 35 points. The top score is 37.
Yeah.
What do we all got?
Ross
I think
is
I'm
at
at
31. Xavier's at 31. And I'm not embarrassing myself with 29. So
Okay.
happy with that.
Good.
So we're everybody's still in it with what, 10 picks to go.
Yep. 11.
Yeah, keep me updated on that.
Will Johnson's gonna go to Green Bay, isn't he?
Yeah, you have Maxwell going there.
I didn't count on Will Johnson still being there. They might not though, because they don't typically take guys with no testing. They usually like faster players. So that might still be Maxwell. Will could go here to his old coach.
Oh yeah. You think they need a corner though?
I had Jade Barron mocked to him.
You did. That's
Yeah.
right. Both Xavier and I had Grant.
Yeah, almost everybody had Grant or Loveland.
But Harbaugh hasn't really shown a proclivity to go overboard for his Michigan guys.
No.
But if he knows
it's not about
Will
that.
Johnson, this is a great value pick. If he really knows
exactly
Will Johnson is real, then now Will Johnson should have went in the top 10.
If he passes on Will Johnson, yikes.
If he passes on Will Johnson, man, is there going to be a Will Johnson fall.
No, you know where Will Johnson's going to go? Minnesota.
Oh.
I'll put money on it. It's going to be Minnesota. Oh, that's such a steal.
That's great.
At 24. I'll put money on that.
But if
Will
you're
Johnson
Minnesota, if you're Minnesota and you're sitting there and you go, we really love Will Johnson, but there's no way he's getting past the Chargers because Harbaugh knows. But if Harbaugh passes on him, we got to rethink everything. If Harbaugh passes on Will Johnson, given the way the board is right now.
Xavier. You'll hit 40.
Yeah, for sure.
Six or seven more of the right players in the first round, and then all you need is one more correct pick to hit 40.
Yeah, he's at 31 with 11 picks.
Yeah, we're good.
Even if he just gets 9, even if he doesn't match, he'll be fine.
GB can't wait for all the Sanders memes tomorrow. Yeah, they're getting queued up.
Can't get those two. Can't get that one.
Mastodon NFL usually loves the sad face of the falling quarterback. Dion must have cut a deal to keep them off. I've said all along the media is protecting Dion, especially the NFL Network, and I would too if I was working for them. The guy used to be a coworker. He's still in a pretty powerful position. I wouldn't want to be the one to prominently nationally piss off Deion Sanders. So if I was being paid 7 figures to be on the NFL Network panel, I probably would have kept my mouth shut about Shedeur. I just wouldn't have said anything glowing, but I wouldn't have been as correctly bashing out of the gates like I was this year. So I think that the NFL's not going to do him wrong like they would do an Aaron Rodgers or whatever. They're not going to constantly cut away to the Sanders compound and make a big deal out of it.
Only got 5 more picks I can hit here. Green Bay, Minnesota, Baltimore, and then possibly a trade with Cleveland coming back up. And then Buffalo.
You can get famous Amos.
Yeah, I could get Amos.
Will Johnson's face doesn't look like he's about to become an instant millionaire.
What else could be Hampton?
Mastodon. Oh, was that GB? After Philly picks, Sanders does his touchdown celebration and points at his watch for everyone to leave. Yeah, I think he may shut that party down earlier than that. I can't wait for the spin tomorrow on how Shedeur really didn't want to be taken in the first round anyway.
Edge rusher for the Chargers, maybe?
Nothing on X yet.
I would think Hampton or maybe an edge rusher. If it's not Will Johnson.
If they take a wide receiver, who would a Chargers wide receiver be?
Ooh. You think it would be Golden? No, right?
No. Luther Burden?
I don't think Harbaugh would go with a guy that's a slacking diva type.
Yeah.
The pick for him would have been Ekbuka, just from personality standpoint, but I don't think that they'll take a receiver here. He wants to run the ball. They'll take Hampton over a receiver.
Unless he's going to wait and take his running back. second, third, fourth round.
I wonder if this might be James Pierce.
Ooh.
I don't think he'd take a problem child player.
If he thinks he can,
yeah,
if he thinks it's not a problem, and I mean, he took
Yeah.
Alden Smith once upon a time.
Yeah. Did Alden Smith, was he crazy before
Yes.
the pros, or was
Alden Smith
after?
was arguably worse than
I can't
Pierce.
remember. So much time
Pier-
has
Pier-
passed.
Alden Smith had legit
Yeah, no, it was bad. I
legit
just
mental
couldn't remember.
issues. James Pierce is not a bad dude. He's just got some work ethic stuff.
Yeah.
I kind of have a feeling this might be Pierce, thinking about it now, but I don't know.
You think
Hampton
they
makes-
can shock and take Arroyo right here?
I could.
I don't. I think they're so in love with their big, bulky, blocking tight ends. I don't think he would
Yeah,
fit their
True.
bill in the first round.
yeah, I wouldn't think so, but then I never thought they'd take a little speedy slot receiver like McConkey either.
I wish he'd trade for Roman Wilson.
Man, nobody has this pick.
He had chances to take Roman, and he didn't do it. That should tell you everything you need to know about Roman Wilson.
I don't know why he would be that down on Roman Wilson. Roman Wilson was totally clean. Do they need a running back, but I don't know that they take a running back at 22.
Pick is in. It is a running back at 22, and it's Omarion Hampton.
Yeah.
Well, there's your Najee. Everybody's Najee Harris is going to lead the league in touchdowns.
Yep.
Just went out the window.
And this is another one I thought about, but then I couldn't see him getting past Denver.
Now,
Okay, Green Bay's next.
okay,
Gotta be Harrison.
Dynasty rookie draft, as we know it now, Genty or Hampton?
Genty.
That pretty much cinched it because it looks like the
Yeah.
Chargers are always going to
Genty.
be two running backs.
Yeah, Genty.
I don't think the Raiders are going to mess with the duo with Genty.
No, you don't take a running back at 6 and put him in a split.
Pete's certainly not going to mess with a split.
And you're going to get instant impact from Genty. You're probably not going to get that instant impact from Hampton unless Najee gets hurt.
No. But I mean, Najee's on a 1-year deal, so I mean,
Yeah.
he'll be in
Yeah,
next year.
the future's fine, but I'm telling there's a lot of value to who's giving me payback right away.
Yep.
I don't want to wait a year because your value is going to slide if I have to wait a year for you to give me any impact. What about, okay, if Genty's the number 1 running back, at number 2, Hampton or Tet? For the future, for down. For the future.
I think it's Tet.
PPR?
They're gonna pepper him with targets, man.
There's no other leagues, I don't think, besides PPR. Everything else should be banned.
I would probably say Tet.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting question.
Man.
I'm going to have to think about that one.
I just thought about another player. If Will Johnson falls past Minnesota, Baltimore's sitting right there, and they need a corner.
Ooh.
And they need a corner bad.
At 23, per Ian Rappaport, the Packers are getting trade calls similar to the Chargers at 22.
Everybody's getting trade calls right now.
Yeah.
Should I just
They keep
ignore
saying
that, guys?
That's-
Yeah,
and there's
sorry.
nobody trading.
Yeah.
I'm shutting
No,
up.
it's not. No, it's not. Not newsworthy. I'm just saying.
Hang up,
Get
Goody.
to the point where what
Take
is
Maxwell
everybody
Harrison.
supposedly trading up for? Because nothing's
Quarterbacks.
happening.
It's quarterbacks.
OG Water is asking what y'all's 5 best players available. I'm assuming that's going to be from a draft standpoint.
Will Johnson.
I'm going to go right off my board. My number 1 player available right now is Jaden Higgins. Ursery, the offensive lineman, is close behind him. Will Johnson is close behind him. Josh Simmons is close behind him, and then Trey Harris and Carson Schlesinger
Yeah,
Are-
I like both of those.
are in that group. So 2 wide receivers, a middle linebacker, and 2 offensive linemen.
I like Mike Green.
And then after those 5 is a lot of offensive linemen for me.
Could he pull a trade? No. No. Hampton's going to play.
I get that question.
Hampton's going to play.
I don't know.
Well,
I don't know if it's
You
that
know, Najee
straightforward.
sucks.
The Arizona staff was like they loved James Conner. There's not any
The
standing
Chargers
love for.
love Najee, but that's a true
There's no-
statement.
Yeah, he's new. That there's no standing love there. No, O'Marion's 100% going to play.
OG Water asking no good edge rushers left. I don't think there's ever any good edge rushers. So, with that aside, Mike Green and Pierce are the best 2.
I actually think that
Jordan Schultz, Eagles
Root two.
discussing moving up with Packers. I thought that one was newsworthy.
Yeah.
So
No,
the
keep on
Eagles are
bringing
coming
them.
up for.
maybe
Probably one of the edge rushers, I would think.
JPJ or Green maybe.
Yeah, probably one of the edge rushers. I actually like the 3 edge rushers that are still out there a lot more than the ones that have already gone. Pierce, Ezraku, and Green. I think all 3 of those are better than Stewart and Michael. And probably better than Jalen Walker, too.
I'd rather
No one's better than
have,
Jalen Walker.
Yeah, I think the guy from Louisville is.
Ashton Gelati.
Yeah.
Ashton Gelati feels like a Minnesota pick. I don't know why.
Gelati's my favorite kind of
Gee.
off the grid from a first round standpoint edge rusher.
Gee, don't make me start roasting you, man.
So Adam Schefter put out there the reason why Will Johnson's falling is because of his medicals. Guys, if he hadn't
it's the
gotten
injuries.
injured, is he a top 10 guy?
Yeah.
No injury?
Well, the speed needed to check out too. That's kind of the other thing that's going on here with the injury is they don't know how fast he is. Like that shuttle time was ugly.
Andrew, is it possible to dip the page so that our names show up on the stream? Or is it
It might be a big
templated that
ass.
way?
I can
don't
try.
if it's not a 2-second thing, don't worry about it.
It's definitely not a 2-second. I don't want to screw up the stream.
Okay, yeah, don't mess with it.
No trade Packers are picking.
It's got to be Hairston. Come on, get me back into this thing with Hairston. He's such a Packers pick.
So they needed some. So Jair is gone. It's going to be Nate Hobbs and Harrison. They put in Hobbs to slot.
Yeah.
I think they paid him like he's going to be an outside.
Okay,
corner.
it's in,
The-
guys.
The word was he was going to the slot.
The smile from Andrew means it's not a corner.
It's not a corner.
Offensive
Matthew
defense.
Golden.
Oh,
Wild. Wild. That is
Well,
crazy.
So
gonna
much for the
catch-
Packers
we're
winning
gonna-
that division.
we're going to catch the Lions and the Vikings. Just you watch.
A lot of people had Golden here, but I know they were looking for speed at wide receiver, but
This is our Xavier Worthy.
that's such not a Packers pick. Like,
I'm
Man.
I'm all right enough with taking a shot on Golden. I'm just not using a first round pick on this.
that's what I'm
ridiculous.
saying. He's a 3rd or 4th rounder. Like, Green Bay, what are you doing?
That is crazy.
Well,
I thought if they would go receiver, it would be Ibuka. I didn't think
yeah,
they'd do
they
this.
typically go for the bigger types that can block. Like, what do you?
Well, it needed somebody to be the downfield guy because Christian Watson could never.
I
play,
know they
but
were looking for speed, but
that to me, I would have gone Higgins or
Yeah.
Harris in that role.
yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, was that they would target one of those guys in the second
Not
round.
a smaller guy.
That's not usually their style. Oh, I don't
Andrew
like that.
Siciliano dropped a funny tweet. A camera on Aaron Rodgers right now would be funny with the Packers finally taking a wide receiver in the first round.
And this is the
Yeah, it's not
receiver.
one. That's not the receiver to spend the first
Yeah.
round pick on, though.
Yeah.
Oof.
Okay.
I'm
Going
loading
to
up on-
Minnesota.
Maybe they're going to convert him to corner.
Heading
Loading
to
up on
Minnesota,
Minnesota.
guys, for the competition. Ross and Xavier can match the pick here. Ross has Josh Connerly, and Xavier has Malachi Starks.
Who's getting ready to pick after
Minnesota.
Green Bay? Minnesota.
After-
Minnesota.
After Minnesota, yeah.
After Minnesota, it's Houston. Which none of us are alive for that pick.
Yeah, I almost had Donovan Jackson there, and I switched it to
Ibuka.
Arizona at the last. No, I switched Donovan to Arizona,
Oh,
and then yeah.
David Letterman
What
looks a
are
lot
you doing?
different than I'm used to.
That's David Letterman.
No.
I was gonna say. I mean, I saw the gap in his teeth, but threw me off with that one. Green Bay, what are you doing? You just drafted a distraction in the first round. I mean, that's like Marquise
You guys,
Brown.
you
Has
guys
that ever
don't
been
even
worth
know
it?
how to. You guys don't even know how to use Jaden Reed. What are you gonna do with Matthew Golden?
They're going to send him downfield and take coverage.
All right, let me pose this question.
Everybody's had touchdowns, multiple touchdowns against Arkansas. Thanks, G.
For the Dynasty Rookie Draft, considering the outside world, not us, the outside world, is Golden to Green Bay now going to trump Tet to Carolina and
No.
Golden be the top wide receiver for the
No.
consensus, not us, for
no.
the
No.
consensus?
It can't,
No.
RC. There's too many mouths to feed there.
Yeah.
Well,
no.
what about
If it was
Carolina's
just
got-
Golden-
they got a first-round wide receiver from last year
And
on the roster,
people still like Bryce Young.
and there's Bryce Young.
People still like Bryce Young.
Yeah.
No chance he's passing Ted.
Everybody's given up on Romeo Dobbs. Nobody really cares about Jaden Reed. Matthew Golden's so fast, and Tet doesn't care about football and doesn't separate.
Nah. Golden will be like fifth.
Fifth wide receiver or fifth overall?
No, like fifth overall. Ahead
I
of
think
like
there's a
probably
chance.
ahead of the tight ends, but
I
he'll
think
be.
there's a chance people are going to be taking him over Tet.
I don't.
In fact, I'm going to go out on a limb and say the first dynasty rankings out of the gates, I think fantasy writers are going to fall in love with the speed. They're going to like the landing spot, and they're going to try to be clever, and they're going to be scared by McMillan because there's not a lot of love for McMillan among the media class.
But he
They're
went
go-
top 10 now, so he's justified.
I think the damage has been done, and top 10 is fine, but Golden, not too many picks after, with the speed, the quarterback, and all that, and Leggett being there in Carolina, I think out of the gates, Golden is going to be ranked slightly ahead of McMillan.
Gee,
It may get corrected a month in.
I'm not just hating on him because he's a Longhorn. That's a good reason to hate on him. But
Okay, you guys ready?
I'm hating on him because he's not good.
Vikings made the pick. It's Donovan Jackson.
Yeah.
Solid.
Yeah, very good. Very good pick. I figured offensive line of some sort. Just had Jackson to other places.
And the team that killed it in free agency for offensive line that already had a great offensive line, what do? They add more offensive line.
Yep.
That's what teams should have been doing and that's what the Packers should have just done versus taking Golden. The power in this draft from about pick 10 or so on through the rest of the first round, my whole board is littered with offensive tackles and offensive guards.
Yep.
That was really their only weakness, right? The left guard on the offensive line for Minnesota.
That was the only one left, yeah. Assuming Darisaw comes back fully healthy.
I didn't think they had a weakness.
Yeah, no, left guard.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Brandell was the only one there.
I love it. I love what Minnesota's doing.
Yeah, that's a good offensive line now.
Like my Minnesota over 8.5, especially with Green Bay shooting itself in the foot.
See what Detroit does, but yeah, Minnesota over 8.5 looks great.
You knew Minnesota was going to have to draft an offensive lineman. You have got to protect Aaron Rodgers if you're going to win the division this year.
Protect Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
You think they're going to sign him?
I think there's a better than 25% chance it's going to happen.
25, wow. That would be something. I want to see it. I'm all in on the Brett Favre prophecy.
At 25, Houston, Xavier, Ross, and I all of our guys are gone.
You would have to think this is probably Connerly.
Giants are on the clock.
Their start.
Okay, let's see. I'll try to get you guys the details.
It's Dart.
How's the contest going?
I'll give you an update on that. I think Ross and Xavier are 34.
Yeah, hanging in there, but
what's first place right now?
I believe it's 39.
39 or 40. Yeah, I think I'm about 2 picks back. And the only ones I can still hit are Baltimore, and then Buffalo and Cleveland. Possibly
I need trade
for
comp
Sanders.
Details.
If I didn't have Dart, that's going to be a miss.
Who traded out then with the Giants?
Houston.
Okay, smart. Although this would be the time to be taking offensive linemen.
Yeah, they had
Okay,
right there.
I have the comp, guys. Ready? Trade 25 to the Giants in exchange for 34, so they slide down 9 spots. They pick up 99 overall, which is a third and a third rounder in 2026. Do you guys like that?
That's a good deal for Houston.
Okay.
It's a really good deal for Houston. That's a crazy good deal for Houston.
I think one of my predicted trades of the draft about a week ago was the Vikings would be the hot spot where a team would trade up to take their quarterback, and it looks like that's about to happen. For my son's sake, a diehard Giants fan, I just don't want this to be Shador.
It's going to be Dart.
Dart's not going to do him any good either, but I don't want this Shador distraction.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be Shador.
Any chance this is not a quarterback?
No.
Should be. I mean,
no, it's a
should be an offensive lineman, but it's got to be for a quarterback to trade in. But if it wasn't,
who would it be?
Connerly.
Who would it be?
Connerly's not a bad one.
Connerly would be a heck of a lot better than Dart.
Yeah. The reaction of the crowd if they announce that it's Josh Simmons or Ursary or Connerly.
Okay, pick is in, guys.
It's Dart.
It's Dart.
Shador.
Everybody had the Dart thing.
Boy,
Yeah,
the
well, that's going to
Shador.
set us back on the board.
Probably should have jumped in on that with the way that all the insiders had it, but
Let me put
what are you gonna
my
do?
L's next to my Milrow as the second quarterback taken, but put the W next to Dart that I took to pay for the Milrow losses if they
Okay.
were to happen.
In
Rams
what
on the
world is
clock now.
Dart a first round pick?
I guess they can't take Hampton. Maybe Jeremiah just had the wrong LA team. Who could the Rams take that would really put this division away? Is this Will
Arroyo.
Johnson?
Will Johnson would be interesting. Arroyo. I think
What
Will
about
Johnson's going
Carson?
to Baltimore.
You guys like Carson
I
to
like that.
Rams?
I like it. It's not their style though. They never take linebackers high.
They so undervalue inside linebacker,
They also undervalue corner.
but maybe they end that.
Possible. I'd kind of like to see Arroyo, but I know that's probably unlikely.
I don't know. They still have the three tight ends still on the board. I'm sure they can ditch one of them, but I think they're all in on Higbee, and they're fine with Allen behind them. Parkinson's still on the roster. Let me see if Parkinson can be cut.
Xavier, I did have Donovan Jackson before Shador, but Jackson Dart before Shador is not good. I mean, forget what you think about Shador. Dart just doesn't belong in the first round. Tommy DeVito, he will never be forgotten. I'm pretty sure we've already forgotten Tommy DeVito. Don't want to place Omar Spades. You gave up a third, 2/3 for Jackson Dart. Good luck with that.
Per Jordan Schultz, the QB Giants head coach Brian Daboll wanted was Jackson Dart. He got the QB he wanted to coach.
Well, no kidding. He didn't just take a quarterback that he didn't want. No. I didn't mean Dart. Yeah. I mean, I'm sorry. To me, that's I comped him earlier. I was still in RC. To me, Jackson Dart is like a worse Gardner Minshew.
Wow.
And nobody wanted Gardner Minshew, so what are you doing? Don't get it. Oh, that doesn't help Neighbors. Ugh.
Oh, crap. Falcons just traded up to 26.
Connerly?
What the
For the corner?
Oh,
Coming back for
God.
jumping Baltimore for Will Johnson? That could be good.
I
Either
hope
one of
we
those
didn't
would be
give up
good.
anything stupid.
Oh, it's a first next year.
Don't say that. No
It's
way.
gonna be a first.
No, it's
gonna be
not.
a first. Yes.
Come on.
Yes, it is.
Knowing my stupid front office, it is going to be a first. Let's hope it's not. Oh, boy. Why do they have to do this?
Mike
to me,
Green's
man?
not going first round, Xavier. Not with 2 assault charges or 2 assault accusations.
Maybe it's James Pierce. They were high on him.
Could be.
If it's
They
James
get the-
Pierce, I'll be okay. I'll get my Knoxville guy.
They get the edge rusher. They could get the tackle to protect Penix's blind spot.
Ross, what would be a dumb pick
Yep.
right here? Like, what would be a Falcons pick right now?
A dumb pick for Atlanta. Um, if they could reasonably. Oh, I wonder if they're coming back for Jihad Campbell.
Oh my god. That would be interesting.
It might be Jihad Campbell. There's a lot of players they could take here. I don't know.
We're tied to him, that's for
I don't
sure.
know that you want to give up a lot trading up for an inside linebacker, though.
I
would
hope
think
it's not our first next year.
I would think it's probably either edge rusher or Will Johnson. I don't know which edge rusher you would go with, though. Pierce,
It's
maybe?
a first rounder in 2026.
I told you it was
Holy
going to be a first rounder. You have to come up this far. Who'd they take with their first pick?
crap. Better make it count. They took Walker.
Okay, so it's not going to be an edge rusher. It's probably Johnson then. Because they were looking for the other corner, and they're jumping Baltimore for it.
Sorry.
RC, what's your guess?
I missed the last 2 minutes. Atlanta has traded up.
Yep.
Who traded out?
Rams. And we have to give up our 2026 first rounder. We better make this count.
That's the deal. Is there any?
No.
Hold
Hold on. I'll read
Are
it.
they getting
Also,
a Rams second back or something?
46, 242, and the 2026 first for 26 and 101. So they're getting back and forth.
Oh
The
my
pick is
lord!
in. Yeah, I
You're
don't know if I
kidding
love
me.
that.
I think that's Will Johnson.
Is it Will Johnson? You saw it?
I'm just saying. No, I.
Oh,
I
you're
see that.
guessing?
Just-
Okay,
That's my
sorry.
guess.
Sorry, I'm on edge right now. We can't just have a normal draft. We have to
Why
always.
trade that much?
I don't like a normal draft. This is fun.
It's fun for you watching me sweat.
Poor Tommy DeVito.
I'm not swiping my hair, GB. Not happening.
Yeah, I would say this has to be Will Johnson.
Yeah.
What else is there to trade up for?
If it's Will
Conley.
Johnson,
Yeah.
But I mean, they don't desperately need an offensive lineman, and do you really
No,
need to trade up?
they don't
high for an
desperately
offensive
need one,
lineman?
but yeah.
There's
but
plenty of
corner,
offensive linemen out there.
it's a lot to give up, but I do like Will Johnson.
It's a lot to give up. Is
it's
right.
Yeah.
So how come you have no problem with the Jaguars doing it? But they get Will Johnson at pick 26.
I will take Travis Hunter over Will Johnson every time.
Yeah, but they're giving up what, twice as much?
They're getting
I
10
think
times the player.
It's not 10 times the player.
If it's Jihad Campbell, I think that'll bother me.
That would trading up for a
Yes.
linebacker.
Let's go, Rocky Top.
Johnson.
James Pierce.
It's James Pierce.
I'll
I got
take
that pick then.
I will take that. Oh shit!
Nice.
I got a match too.
You had
I got
James
a
Pierce
match.
still?
I'm alive.
Nice.
Oh wait, no, that's you. So, God damn it, Ross, you got it. It's all right. I'll take the player. I'll take the player. I was
Hey, that gets me
misreading
back
the calls.
into it.
There you go, Ross.
Hey, that gets me back into it. I like it.
I want if the MVP of the Atlanta Falcons every year for the next decade is going to be Arthur Blank for stepping in and stopping Raheem Morris from taking defensive players in the first round last year and getting Penix instead.
Wow, so they took it.
All
lineman
Raheem
Penix.
Morris is trying to do is get pass rushers.
That probably means they're not playing Jalen Walker at edge rusher. Like, they're going to play him at off ball, which is where he needs to be. But,
He's going to be their Edgerrin Cooper.
yeah. Which you don't spend the 15th pick of the draft on, but be that as it may. Okay, so I've got Simmons to Baltimore. I still think it's going to be Will Johnson to Baltimore, but man, he could fall all the way to Washington or Buffalo.
No wonder we got such bias on the panel here. when he was talking about you can get a running back at any time later, and then said Dylan Sampson, for example, I didn't put the connection together that he's pumping his volunteer players.
Let's go, baby. I love this.
Who's saying Samson? You can get Samson later.
I did because I'm
Andrew.
biased.
It
Oh,
was
you're.
just,
Oh, I
it
didn't
was
know
just
you were in
spitting out.
Tennessee.
It's like, oh, you could get running backs later, like a Dylan Sampson. It's like reminds
So-
me of my father-in-law when he asked where we want to go as a group to dinner, and then lists out the places he wants to go as the
So-
options. Like,
so you're-
okay, we know where you want to go.
So you root for
We
Tennessee,
can go anywhere
Atlanta.
you want.
Don't you
Look,
also
I'm
root
an
for the Chargers?
Ross. I'm an LA
Just all
native
up.
with a Southern soul. Okay.
But Atlanta and Tennessee, it's some very different places.
Fair. Very fair.
You need to
I
move to the
inherited
Eastern time zone.
Tennessee from my wife's side of the family. I needed to follow SEC football. I couldn't do UCLA or USC. So
It's understandable. I used to be a
Hey.
big Arkansas fan.
Hey, Arkansas
I
and
lived in
Tennessee have
Arkansas.
something in common. We both got screwed by Iomali or whatever their name is.
oh man, I'm happy we let that guy go, man. Screw
Yeah.
him.
RC, if you didn't hear about it, that quarterback,
Yeah, I saw a little bit about that guy.
yeah, Nico left, and
throwing
then
himself out of money.
his younger brother left Arkansas to go join him at UCLA.
Yeah, and he committed to UCLA in December. The younger brother decommitted, went
Yeah.
to Arkansas, and then went back to UCLA. But you know, all in all, RC, the guy got less money, moved to a higher cost state, moved from a state with no income tax to a state that has one of the highest tax rates, and the program's trash. UCLA football is probably like 15th on the totem pole when you just
How
look
much
at
did
LA
they pay him?
sports. 1.5, I think, and we were paying him
So
2.2.
He sacrificed. Oh, I thought it was $4 million. He
He
wanted
wanted
$4 million.
four. He wanted
Yeah.
four. But then also, like, he was like the third or fourth like favorite to win the Heisman, which I never thought he would win. But like, he just, you know, just given the consistency in Tennessee where they stand, he was, I think, fourth or fifth to win the Heisman. Now his
Like
odds
when
are plus
Carson Beck was going
8,000.
to win the Heisman. When Carson Beck was going to be the number one quarterback in this draft 2 years ago.
G Sox Locks is hating on me right now. You could have stayed here with me in Columbus for that crap beating your balls took by my Buckeyes, Andrew. Hey, can't even lie, man. We got our ass kicked, so they were the best team. Ohio State deserved it. But you know what I'm looking forward to, G Sox Locks, when UCLA goes into Ohio State. I hope you guys kick the shit out of Nico. I am a Leva, Tennessee.
All right, what are the Baltimore Ravens going to do here? Tight end?
No, Will Johnson or Josh Simmons.
They can never get enough tight ends.
Maybe one of the edge rushers, but I kind of doubt it. Will Johnson just makes so much sense here.
Will he
I
get
mean,
a good?
But as far as he's hard, as far
Is he
as
going to
his
get a
heart
good
ain't.
recommendation from his brother after his brother passed on him?
Yeah, right. As hard as he's falling. I don't know. I'm hoping for Simmons here.
RC, remember my long shot bet for this pick.
Come on, take Simmons. Get me back into the league.
Who
for this
is it?
thing.
Tate Ratledge. Plus, I think it was
like
plus
that guy.
6,500.
That would be a crazy pick.
He has the
Couldn't get it on
connection.
DraftKings.
Come on, Simmons.
Oh, shoot, Ross, you're alive for this pick.
Yeah.
Shit. Yeah, forget about Ratledge. Go Simmons.
Come on, give me Simmons. I think Simmons would get me one pick behind the leader.
Okay, it's in. It's not Simmons. They are taking Malachi Starks.
Ah. Yuck.
All right. I'm going to give the chat a fair go at hair swipe. They're upset that I put a
That's
hat on.
Crazy if Will Johnson gets to the Commanders or falls out of the first round entirely.
Well, if the two Harbaughs pass on Will Johnson,
Yeah, that's
this is not good.
No.
This is Shador Sanders level falling. Taking a hat on and off is the ultimate hair swipe.
That's
I'm
fair.
accused of being a
guys
Buckeye
sucks.
hater? I'm not a Buckeye hater. I'm not a Buckeye lover.
Yeah, so I've only got
Sure.
two picks I could hit left. Probably not taking this one down. I'll take being in the mix, though.
My favorite team, the
crazy
Ravens, are on the
system.
clock. That is true. Whatever I do, whatever I try to predict on the Ravens, the opposite is going to happen. That's why I hate them. G-Sox Locks, I really like your center that's in this draft. How's that?
McLaughlin?
Yeah, what's his name?
Seth McLaughlin?
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Seth McLaughlin.
He's fine-ish. Not very athletic. He's probably the second best center behind Jared Wilson, though.
Yeah, I like Wilson too.
That says a lot about how bad the center class is.
It's a good draft for centers this year. Who's up after the Ravens?
Detroit.
Well, I need that to be a wide receiver to pick up a couple of bucks.
I don't even know what Detroit could go. Campbell. Could they take? Probably not taking the corner. Safety. Is there a... Oh, they could take Connerly. He's not really their style, but I don't know what else they would take here.
Trey Harris.
Not in the first.
If it's not offensive line, it's wide receivers that are.
I mean,
To me, that's the
Burden,
talent
maybe,
remaining.
but I did have Burden to him in, like, I think my very first mock, but he's such a not a character fit for them.
Jameson Williams not necessarily a character fit.
Yeah, it's true. Trying to think if there's an offensive lineman left other than.
So there's
There's
Simmons
Simmons and Connerly are both there.
Simmons,
Oh, neither one of them are tough guys, though.
Illum,
Man, it's too early for Willem.
Ratledge.
Maybe it's a little early for him too. But what about Jonas? How do you pronounce his name?
Sanker?
Savanai. Jonas? No. The guard from Arizona.
Oh,
Savanai, something like that.
I don't think he's that good.
He would fit their style, though.
I know who you're talking about. I can't remember his name though.
I just don't know how you pronounce it. Savanai. I don't know. I might go with him here, honestly.
Because you think they need it. Why not take Ursery and just have him play guard? 331 pounds.
Because he's raw. Very, very, very raw. And you don't know if he can play guard.
Get Ratledge and play him a guard center.
Yeah, you could.
Man, if Ratledge goes here,
I don't like Ratledge as much as I like Sav. And it's close. Eamon Worry doesn't really seem to make them.
I just heard, I have it on very low volume, but I just did hear Rich Eisen say, if you want to get Shedeur Sanders, you need to get in now.
I think I'm going to come up about 4.
So they're all talking
later.
Shedeur Sanders to Cleveland in the second round, and that teams need to get up ahead of them. I don't think you're going to need to trade up to get your hands on Shedeur.
No, the only team that could take Shedeur at this point is Cleveland.
They're just stupid enough to do it.
Nobody else is coming up. It's Cleveland or nobody. Las Vegas ain't taking him. The Saints aren't taking him.
I so hope
There's
Cleveland. I hope the Cleveland quarterback room is Deshaun, Shedeur, Flacco, and Pickett. It would be so wonderful.
I'll put it down. That's what it's going to be, because nobody else is taking Shedeur.
I think Shedeur is just going to keep on falling, and he's going to go to a random team no one saw coming as a value pick.
Nah, they're going to pair him back up with. Oh, they didn't take Hunter though, did they?
No.
Oh, ooh, maybe not. Oh God, I don't know. Miami. That would be my next best guess.
The Lions are taking Buckeye for G-Sox Locks, Tyleik Williams.
Whoa.
Oh. I almost had Tyleik late. I think I had him to Philly in a mock. I like that pick. I like Tyleik. Oh, Harmon's still on the... No. Harmon went to Pitt.
No, Harmon's off.
Yeah, Harmon went to Pitt. Okay. Yeah, I like that pick. I really like that pick, actually. I'd take Tyleik over Walter Nolan any day. Johnson's just going to tumble right out of the first, huh?
Man, that's a crazy fall.
The 3 injury issue guys, Will Johnson, Josh Simmons, and Jihad Campbell, all 3 are falling.
Okay, Ross, with this next one at 29, you have Cleveland trading up with Washington to take Sanders.
Which ain't going to happen.
Carson, and Xavier has Ibuka.
Yeah. You had who?
Ibuka.
No, who did you have?
Oh, I had Carson. I can't say his last name.
Oh, Schlesinger? You're the only one alive.
Yep. That guy.
I don't think they'll take a linebacker here, but maybe.
My UCLA
I feel like this has got to be one of the 3 corners. Either Johnson, Harrison, or Amos. Seems like Johnson's falling, so I would guess Amos if they stay.
Is Johnson at 32 to Philly a crazy value?
Yeah. Johnson, anybody here is. Well, assuming there's not something like some major issue with him, which kind of got to wonder.
Yeah, we're getting into the range of something is wrong with Will Johnson.
Something is seriously wrong.
That we won't know about until after he's picked.
Because it seems like the teams know something. Man, I really like that Tyleik Williams pick for Detroit.
Well, Washington's got to be all about the corner.
Yeah. Don't take Amos, though. Leave Amos for Buffalo, please.
Yeah, you need that, Ross. Is that your last? That's your last one?
That's the last one I could hit.
Excluding Sanders.
Assuming, Cleveland coming for Sanders here, which doesn't seem likely at all. Yeah, I can't win it at this point, but I can get close. Top 10 or 15, maybe. I don't know what the scoring looks like, but I think I'm about 4 or 5 points back. Amos would help.
I can win
At
a
this
little bit of money
point-
if Buffalo will take the corner.
At this point, do you guys see Sanders falling out of the?
Yeah, I would
First-
assume so.
Okay.
I think the question's going to be, is he going to fall out of the second?
Ooh.
Possible.
And I'm not joking.
Ah, Cleveland's got 2 picks, though.
RC, you're not allowed to go back to college, right? Like, you can't get pissed off and be like,
No.
you know what? Okay. Just checking.
Dion
I
would
feel
let
like
him. Dion will find a way. He'll have to unretire his jersey or wear a different jersey number and have that retired the following year. Is the next... Is it possible that Cleveland, with one of their multiple second-round picks that they have, I think that they have multiple second-round picks now,
Yeah, they do. They've got 33 and 36.
might they take Tyler Shug?
They might.
Wow.
There was some word that they liked him.
I think that's the quarterback everybody wants in the second, and they're counting on him being there. There's so many teams that are counting on him being there. He can only go to one place.
Also heard that that's who the Saints liked.
I have a nice tidbit for G Sox Locks. Funny that the Browns took a Michigan DT and the Lions took a Ohio State DT.
Huh. Detroit got the... Seriously, I would take Tyleek Williams straight up over Mason Graham.
Wow, that's a statement.
Straight up.
That's I'm not belittling that, but that's to me, that is a 100% guarantee
Yeah.
thing one should do in the NFL.
Okay, I have it. The Commanders are beefing up the offensive line and taking
Connerly.
Ursery.
Yeah, Connerly.
I like it. So they have Tunsil and Connerly now.
Yeah. Yeah, if I had not... I was trying to fit Sanders in somewhere. I just assumed one of the second rounders would come back for him, but if I had not, I would have had a tackle there.
Ross,
I thought
the
they would be
move
off earlier.
The move yesterday was to just put Dart to Giants. Just too many people had Dart
Yeah.
to Giants.
Yeah,
What-
it was.
What if Buffalo takes Will Johnson and Will Johnson's fine?
Oh, that's crazy.
That will be...
Look,
with the Buffalo Bills, if you 100% knew that Will Johnson was totally fine,
yeah,
that he's gonna recover fine, and the whole pro day workout was not representative and all of that, would you have to say Buffalo would be the number one contender in the AFC?
I think they're already the number one contender. If you put Will Johnson on there, I think they're the runaway favorite. But if you were telling me right now, I would still take Buffalo as the AFC favorite right now.
Who's number two? Not KC?
Probably the Chargers.
No Ravens?
I just don't trust Lamar to when he gets against tough teams in the playoffs. He has to have a lead. Like, you just took an unathletic safety with the 26th pick, 27th pick, whatever that was. Like, what's that doing for you? How is Malachi Starks helping you get over the hump of KC and Buffalo?
Every time an Oregon player gets taken in these first two rounds, I'm going to continue to ask myself the question I've asked all scouting season pre-draft.
How did they not win the championship?
How did Oregon not win the national championship?
Yep. They were loaded.
I mean, I didn't watch
Absolutely
any
love
of the games. So, what did they legitimately get beat by Ohio State, or was it something a little fluky?
I don't know. I didn't watch. They had a lot of players. So did Ohio State, but
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, I guess Ohio State's got quite the offensive line that's getting drafted as well. 3 guys going.
Mike, I don't think that one was me. I haven't heard anything in a bit.
Yeah, Jeremiah Smith.
Giants coach Brian Daboll says Russell Wilson will be our starter.
Yeah, of course he is.
Yeah,
That's not a question.
but the statement should be from me. I'll make it for him. Jackson Dart will never be their starter.
Wow.
He won't be Daboll's starter. He may be somebody else's coaching their starter. And it won't be long if he does get to be a starter.
Come on, Buffalo, take Amos. You know you want to. You know you want to. He fits. Just let Will Johnson go. He's damaged goods.
I need this to be a cornerback to pick up some draft money to heal some of my wounds from all of my draft losses.
It has to be a cornerback. If they pick anything but a cornerback here, it's malpractice.
Pass rusher, then.
Oh my God.
You really think Amos will go ahead of Will Johnson, though?
Yeah.
Well, if Will Johnson is falling, then
Jahdae Barron went ahead of Will Johnson.
character.
Yeah.
Like character.
Whatever's going on with Johnson's obviously bad. Amos is solid. Like,
I have Amos as my 20th best corner.
he's better than that. What did you not like about him?
I think he's okay. I just think that all of these other guys are.
You've got 19 guys better than him, though?
Yeah.
That seems like a stretch.
Would you take Benjamin Morrison over Trey Amos?
I love Benjamin Morrison, though.
Me too.
Benjamin Morrison. But again, you've got the injury issues. Like,
But they're going to heal up. It's not like, they got injured
Will they, though?
last season. Now they're going to be totally healed.
But
Or now
Morrison's
they're always
had a
going
lot
to be hurt.
Morrison's had a lot of repeated injury issues, though. But true, you don't necessarily know that sometimes those guys get to the league and don't have any problems.
What do you think about Noel Williams as a solid top 10 corner?
Maybe.
I know you like Dorian Strong.
I think the league likes Dorian Strong. I'm kind of mixed on a lot of those guys.
What about Revel?
Revel's interesting. I mean, the guy's a freaky athlete. But again, you're just coming off the ACL tear. He's a little bit older. Played at ECU. I get the vision. I think I would play it a little safer than Revel.
For me, there's not.
I like Hairston, but
there's not a big gap for me from my 5th or 6th best corner to my 20th best, which is Amos.
That's the problem too. Is they're all pretty similar.
There's different flavors of guys, but
yeah,
they're all I think legitimate NFL corners.
Show me Amos.
Just show me a corner. I don't care who it is.
It's got to be a corner.
I need it to be a corner.
It's either Amos or Hairston. It's got to be.
Eagles on the clock traded up 1 spot. Wait, that doesn't make sense.
Jumping Casey for the
Oh,
corner.
they jumped Casey.
Would they get Arroyo so that they can trade Goddard?
I don't think they took a
Well-
tight end in the first.
Okay.
Edge rusher or corner for Philly. Unless they want. Oh, they might want Simmons. Oh God, if they take Simmons, I almost had that pick too.
You could argue Simmons
Oh.
is maybe the best offensive lineman in the draft.
Oh, it might be Simmons, and I almost put that. I bet that's what it is too.
Eagles are trading 32 and 164 for 31.
Because everybody had Simmons to KC. Oh, I bet it's Simmons. That's gonna tick me off. Who is it for Bills?
About to find out.
I don't know.
Oh, they haven't announced.
They have not. They got the trade for the Eagles in before that.
Maxwell Harrison. Shoot.
Harrison.
Right, yeah, right position, wrong corner.
All right. That's
Wow.
money.
So Harrison above Johnson. That's interesting.
I think the
Yeah.
Eagles are about to take a corner,
I think the Eagles are going to take Simmons.
but it would be wise for them to take Simmons and wait on a corner.
Yeah.
All right, made a little bit of scratch with that one.
Man, I almost put Simmons to Philly too.
Just
Nuts.
T-Dog, any ideas on what the New Orleans Saints should draft? They don't have any picks about to happen in the first round. So when we get to tomorrow, we'll certainly be talking about that. But if I'm the Saints,
Oh, they're probably looking for Shuck.
I would be blowing some things up and trying to rebuild for the future.
Who'd they take with their first pick? Banks.
Banks
They took Banks with their first pick. That was good.
with the first pick. If they get
So-
another, let's say, I don't know, somehow through the magic of the draft, they get an Ursery or a Simmons, and they just keep stacking this incredible offensive line. And if Derek Carr is healthy, if the whole shoulder thing is overblown, the Saints aren't that bad. If Derek Carr can play, I'm not saying that the Saints are going to win the Super Bowl or anything, but the Saints really aren't that bad if Derek Carr could stay healthy.
You know what, RC? I think Jalen Walker and James Pierce Jr. are going to have something to say about Derek Carr's health. Just saying.
Good Lord.
Okay, I'll stop.
Go
I'll stop.
ahead and promote your podcast while you're don't stop there.
Nope. Not on your platform, RC.
No,
There's a Chinese wall. There's a Chinese wall, RC.
You should be promoting it.
I know. But I don't. I want to.
What is
promote
that? What
your
is
stuff.
that? What I can't remember. What's the name of your podcast?
Flight path. I'll stop
And
there.
If I was wanting to
I
or
got
listen
you.
to that, where would I watch or listen to that?
Okay, hold on, RC. Can I announce the Eagles pick and then we can go back to that?
Yep.
Linebacker,
Oh,
Jihad
Campbell.
Campbell.
Oh,
Somebody, I think Jeremiah had that too. Wow, off-ball linebacker, first round.
Does that mean the Kobe Dean is more hurt than we realize?
I wonder if they were trying to get ahead to make sure, or like, if they thought Cleveland might be looking at Jihad Campbell because
Is
of
that- That has to be that they've lost faith in Dean.
Has to
probably. I mean,
Or
Or what if
yeah,
it's just
Injury
value?
or whatever?
there's a lot of other value you could get there, though. I mean, they had Simmons there. There was
Simmons
any of
would
the
have been good.
corners. Like that.
So-
That definitely says that something's up with Dean.
Is KC for sure doing Simmons, guys?
No,
Wait,
not for sure.
What a great thing for the Chiefs if that does.
Yeah.
But they take Will Johnson.
Simmons was the chalk pick for KC. I feel like they already paid Jalen more starter money. God, if they take Arroyo, I'm gonna flip this table. I'm gonna say Amos for the Chiefs.
Damn. 2 corners in front of Will Johnson. That is crazy.
Then
Three.
you know
Three
there's
corners.
a real problem
3.
happening.
Shit.
The Harbaughs
Yeah.
passed on them. Other teams passed on them that were in need of a corner.
Yeah.
That is something. And it's always here recently, as soon as the draft, I think the draft is over, not the next day, but I think when the draft is over, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ross, we'll get on Monday
Yeah.
next week, we'll get the download of all the things
Yep.
that were hidden from us about injuries or arrest warrants or whatever is out there on these players
Yep.
that fell, and we're
100%.
like, why did they fall? Then you're gonna find out that, Will Johnson has no
I did
muscle
hear
tissue in one of his legs.
that's basically what I heard was that there was there was no substance to it, but somebody had said that he had a degenerative knee condition.
Mm.
But we've heard the same thing about Tajay Spears and various other players before.
So he
Ross
And there
was-
was nothing solid on it, so
Ross, is that the
That's-
same thing as what Gurley had?
yeah. So
Yeah, he didn't last very long.
it could very well be that.
Well, it almost have to be with this type of fall.
Yeah.
It's crazy. You go from top 10 to out of first round.
Mark Farrier, what did we think of the Giants taking Dart? Good move. No.
Terrible move.
Worst
Wasted pick.
worst move of the first round. And that's
Especially-
saying something after the Packers took Golden.
And they didn't need a quarterback. They have quarterbacks. Dart is not a quarterback for the future. We don't. Neither
but
of us thinks.
They got a good backup for
From the very first
For
time
us.
we watched Dart to the very last time we watched Dart and everything in between, there was not one moment that Ross or I saw anything in Jackson Dart that got us excited.
the way
there's-
I think. Go ahead.
There was Ross. I liked Shador a little bit a year ago. Ross still is a believer, not hardcore, but I mean,
I think he could be a reasonable starter.
Hold on. So we see a little bit of something in Shador.
Yeah.
I see a little bit of something in Tyler Shugg. We both saw Cam Ward at Incarnate Word and knew that there was something there. Like all these quarterbacks that we would say, I see something, even if we ultimately just dismissed it or said it's maybe not as good as I thought. Neither of us ever saw anything in Jackson Dart for 2 years running.
No.
That's what scares me about Jackson Dart. Not that either of us can't be wrong about a player, but it's odd that both of us for 2 years would see Jackson Dart work and never bite on it for 1 second. And I'm concluding watching him, all of his work and watching his actions and everything at the Senior Bowl. I've seen a lot of Jackson Dart. I do not get it, never have gotten it. So I think it's a terrible pick, especially that they had to trade up for. But I was listening to, might have been Todd McShay. I didn't realize all the connections to former Giants coaches and everything
Yeah,
that's at
There's a
Ole Miss.
bunch.
And Eli Manning, everybody feeding all this garbage to about Jackson Dart to the Giants. So they bought on it, and I see people saying he's like they're going to be their Josh Allen. You got to be kidding me.
No, he's nothing like Josh Allen. Nothing like Josh Allen. The way I keep describing him to people is as a worse Gardner Minshew.
Oh, man.
And I didn't like Josh Allen. I'm not saying, hey, but
Nah, Josh
there's
Allen's-
no Josh Allen. They're nothing like each other at all. you could see the tools with Josh Allen. I just never thought he'd fix them because we didn't really see that in the NFL, and
Dart
really
doesn't have the
haven't seen it.
tools.
Yeah, we really haven't seen that either since. With Josh Allen is a unicorn, is an anomaly, and Brian Daboll's getting credit for something that maybe he shouldn't be getting credit for. But him reaching for Jackson Dart, so he's got Daniel Jones, Drew Lock, and now Jackson Dart on his quarterback scouting resume. I'm just not impressed with everybody running around saying how brilliant Brian Daboll is when it comes to quarterbacks.
I don't think this Eagles pick helps them.
No, I don't. It doesn't. It's not
He's
terrible.
an okay player, but I don't think
There was
this is helping a Super Bowl run.
Yeah. Boy, you cannot go into this upcoming season, and I know that they won't, but you can't go into this upcoming season with Ringo as your other starting corner, which is what they have currently.
Ugh.
I mean, they may get Ramsey, they may get Jair Alexander.
They have to get something.
They may draft one of the bevy of really good corners coming up, so it's not a lost cause. I just would have thought they would have took a corner here.
Or Simmons.
Yeah, or just take one of the great offensive linemen that's falling, because the offensive line is the hallmark of the Eagles.
Yeah, and you could afford to sit on him for a couple of years, let him get healthy.
Schwartz is asking, do you think Kansas City goes offensive line after losing Tooney and Jackson to Chicago?
I don't see a lineman that they're going to take here. I know everybody had Simmons to him, but he might start the year on PUP. And then you're bringing in competition for the left tackle you just paid $15-20 million to. I don't see it. I think it's going to be Amos.
You know how reactionary teams are to what just happened? True. Like, everybody's like, oh, Barkley, now it's okay to take running backs in the first round. Is Kansas City got PTSD from their blocking in the Super Bowl and not being able to stop the Eagles, and now they're going to just start drafting offensive linemen? And there's some great offensive linemen to take.
You ready?
Amos.
Yep. What offensive lineman is it?
Ohio State offensive lineman Josh Simmons.
They did take Simmons. Wow. Good for them.
And that's it. We're done.
That was a chalk pick.
Who did what in the huddle contest then?
Okay, let's pull that up too.
I'd probably finish 7 or 8 points behind. Something like that.
Okay.
It's
only updated through 31.
I probably had 30, 36, 37, something like that. The winner's probably going to be in the low mid 40s, 43, 44.
Ross is at 40.
I hit 40?
There you
nice. Go. I'll take that.
And that's through 31, so that's not even counting 32. Xavier's at 39. And I'm not dead last, which is great. I'm at 33. Not
Xavier,
great.
Did you get the 40? In reality? The 39. He's got to retire for mock drafting.
No, he'll hit 39 with this pick. So that's through 31. So that's not counting the Philly pick. As long as he had Simmons going, which I think he...
That's what I'm saying. Does that get him the 40?
Oh, I don't think he took Simmons in the first.
He's saying no more mocks.
What's the winner at?
Winner's at
45.
For the leader.
Either 51. I mean, either at 52 or 54.
Who is
Somebody
it?
hit over the 50s? Good Lord.
Who are
Nick Jacobs, KSHB TV. Never heard of him. Jason Boris, the winner from last year, is at 48 right now.
Yeah. Good for him.
Boris is always in the mix.
Yeah. Boris is crazy. Hey, someone from Player Profilers at 47, Theo Gremniger.
Yeah.
Yeah, Boris always takes a lot of chalk, but it works for him. I get bored doing that. I'll take 40. This is a crazy draft.
Yeah, wild. Okay, RC, I guess we're all wrapped
the scoring
up.
system is bad. I agree with you, Xavier.
Yeah, I care more about the top 100 big board, but the mock draft one is fun,
Yeah.
but impossible.
Yeah, not for Jason Boris, apparently.
Yeah.
Okay, we're all wrapped up, so thank you all for joining. I think at one point we had close to 70 people watching this at one time, which is amazing. On for 4 hours, so I'm beat sure Ross and RC are too. RC, you want to let the audience know what's coming up on FF Metrics?
Tomorrow, about maybe a half an hour or so before the draft starts, it'll be Ross and I running the show because you're out, right, Andrew?
Yeah, I'm recording with Jeff 2 to 3, but I could potentially come back on 4:35, so just up to you.
Okay.
I don't know when it starts.
Yeah, just let me know what your availability is tomorrow. What are you doing with Jeff? What's that?
We're
that
doing
you're doing?
the Flight Path podcast. Oh my
What,
god, RC. All right, fine.
Got
One
it.
plug. One
Is that
plug.
available on YouTube and Twitter?
It's available on YouTube and Spotify, Flight Path Podcast. If you want to hear us react to Falcons news and just general news in the NFL, go check that out.
And tomorrow's going to be the day for Dynasty Rookie Draft shuffling and judging how strong the Dynasty Rookie Draft first round is going to be. And it's going to be where the smart teams start to separate with all the talent. There's still quite a bit of talent second, third round. So this is going to be one of the most critical, to me, most interesting and critical second and third round of a draft that there's been in a while. And will also be on Shedeur Sanders' watch, who officially did not go in the first round. It's going to be interesting to see if he even gets taken in the second, but we'll deal with that tomorrow. Appreciate everybody who watched us live and all the people who are going to be watching, listening on demand at work tomorrow. Hopefully you'll burn out some of your workday by watching this back. So appreciate Andrew and Ross for being on. You may see both of them on tomorrow, for sure, Ross and myself. So until tomorrow, we are out of here.